Welcome once again to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel, and welcome to another D&D one-shot. As you can see underneath here, my name is Alex, and I have, as always, the honor of being your Dungeon Master for the evening. We have 4 players today in this my last one-shot of the year of 2016, which I would like to call Terror Team, the Town of Horrors. Now, Terror Team is something I'll probably be running quite a bit of next year as well. It's basically a Suicide Squad version of D&D. Our characters, our heroes as such, are not necessarily good aligned characters or neutral aligned characters. They are people that have been forced into servitude by a very powerful archmage who is sending them out to collect arcane treasures and do other dirty business that he doesn't want to be associated with his own name and his personal better known retainers. So he collects these individuals that he forces into servitude. You will meet this archwizard very soon, and yeah, he calls them, these little teams, his terror teams. If they die, oh well, so be it. Then they weren't particularly good people in the first place. Yeah, tonight's adventure is a level 6 adventure. We have 4 players, 4 characters, and as always, the characters will be introduced very briefly in a minute or 2. But for now, let us jump straight into the game. So, as we start this game, we start the scene in what is basically a dungeon cell. All 4 of our characters awaken from a deep slumber with a weird, bitter taste at the back of their throats and a pulsing ache at the back of their heads, radiating down their shoulders and through their chests. It is fairly dark in the room they are in. The room itself is only lit by a few candles. And they are chained to what looks to be slabs of iron that are protruding from the walls. They're lying on them, like large iron tables, basically. But they are like diagonal, supported by the walls. They're not actual table with legs as such. Looking around, they can see 3 more of those tables with the other characters attached to them, and 2 more which are empty. Also, they can see 2 massive figures, humanoid, but seemingly made of some sort of metal. 2 massive legs and arms, wide shoulders, and very tiny heads with 2 blazing red eyes. These 2 figures, one on each side of the room, are standing there silently, just every now and then moving their heads with a crackling of iron and a crackling of electricity, or lightning, I should say, as they are looking down upon the prisoners. Other than that, they are not moving. So, and with that little introduction, let me give the players a chance to introduce their characters to us, starting with Robert, who is playing Xerx's Nightshade in tonight's one-shot. Go ahead, Robert, please.
Alrighty, Xerx has long, dark purple hair. He wears pitch black studded leather armor. And over his right eye is like a slash that he got someplace where he doesn't feel like talking about. So yeah, and that's Xerx.
What is your race?
He is an Eldrin elf.
All right, excellent. And Robert tonight is playing a rogue with a roguish archetype that I have designed myself called the Darkblade. It's basically a rogue that draws upon the powers of the Shadowfell and has some tricks up their sleeve when it comes to darkness and shadows as such. A little bit like the Shadow Monk, just so you have a basic idea of it. But you will see it in action, maybe, later. Okay, moving over to Ollie, who's playing Bullbeard tonight, a halfling ranger. Go ahead, Ollie, please.
Good evening. Black-eyed Bullbeard. He's a halfling ranger, as Alex said. He's a stout halfling. He's quite a gruff chap. He's got big mutton chop sideburns. That's where he gets his name Bullbeard from, because they look like a pair of horns coming down the side of his face. He doesn't suffer fools. He's fairly grumpy, and he's trying to win his girlfriend, the mermaid, back from the wizard who won her off him in a game of cards. He's a ranger from the hunter archetype, and he has the Colossus Slayer benefit in there as well.
Excellent. Moving over to Martin. Go ahead.
Right, so I'm playing Rehail, who is a fallen Aasimar infernal vessel.
Which is a homebrew class that some of you might know. It's kind of like a mixture of a paladin and a warlock in some ways, but you'll see, I'm sure, some of the infernal vessel's special features in this adventure.
The thing I'm playing is more like Berserker. Barbarian warlock.
Right.
I think, yeah. Anyways, yeah, he's pretty tall, like 6'4" foot, and his skin is gray, and it's just covered in precisely carved scars. That's sort of like abyssal incantations, and his eyes are just completely like gray, like cloud gray, and he's got white teeth. He wouldn't be wearing much in this environment, would he?
Probably.
I don't think. No. Okay. Yeah.
Excellent. And as Rehail, and last but not least, we have Julian. Go ahead, Julian. Introduce your character, please.
Hi, I'm Julian. I'm playing Tribalus Hemalance. He is a human wizard who is actually a blood mage. It's just going to be a reskinned necromancer. And he is waking up, looking around, and sighing is shaking his head as he looks down and sees he's back in his garb from before he was captured. And when you look up, you can see he has like very dirty, shoulder-length black hair, and he just looks very gaunt, like he's been in here for a really long time.
Excellent. And as you're staring at each other, mostly in silence, and staring at the two golem guards that are standing above you, the silence stretches on for another moment, then another moment, and then there is a flash of bright light as a large gate is thrown open, slapping into the wall on both sides, and bright, pouring golden light comes in through the door, illuminating the room, biting into your eyes. You have to close them for a little bit for the eyes to adjust. And then the light slightly fades, and you can see a large, muscular figure standing there, dressed in what looks to be dark red robes, blood red, basically. The figure that steps into the room is a human, a bearded human with a black, fairly trim beard and long shoulder-length black hair tied into several braids that are falling back onto his shoulders. He doesn't look like a wizard much. He looks more like some sort of barbarian chieftain, not if you don't regard his clothing too much. But that, as some of you might know, and some of you figure out very soon, as both the Golem Guardians drop to their knees and bend their heads to the newcomer, this is Velros the Arcane, arch-wizard, creator of many magnificent items, and maybe the most powerful wizard in the whole kingdom of Orelon and beyond that. And he steps into the room, his hands clasped behind his back, every footstep controlled and quite heavy, for this is a large man in his maybe mid to late 50s. There is a little bit of silver in his beard and hair as he approaches, being reflected reflecting the light of this shimmering ball of golden energy that hovers behind him, following him into the room. And you can see two more smaller automatons, two more golems made of iron, about human size, these ones, stepping into the room behind him, each of them carrying a wooden chest that they put down onto the ground. And then they retreat a couple steps and take position to the left and the right of the open door. Velros the Arcane looks around. He gestures, and your chains open, and you're released. He looks at you without trepidation, unafraid. Now, welcome. For those of you who have not met me before, I am your host, Velros. And this is one of my sanctuaries. Welcome back to the world of the living. Nothing?
I actually imagine that just because of my past, that I would still actually be chained, maybe?
No.
No? Okay.
You have been released as well.
Because okay. I imagine I just kind of roll my eyes then, and it's like, I've heard this plenty of times before.
Probably, yeah.
And I just don't say a word. I'm not even going to bother.
About blooming time. What do you want with us, wizard?
Straight to the point then, huh? Fine with me. Look at your chests. He raises a finger, and you all feel a burning sensation, like a warm shiver, as if someone was passing a torch past your naked flesh. Not painful as such, but it's just slightly weird. And those of you who look down, you could see a brief red symbol. Looks like some mixture of hands or wings or something sort of spread out across your chest that appears and disappears as quickly, leaving behind a slight tingling pain and a little bit of warmth.
What's the meaning of this, wizard?
This is the mark of death.
Oh, another tattoo. I've got many of those already.
Yes, a special one. This tattoo, as you call it, will snuff out your light and your life like a candle flame, if I so desire it. There is no reason to soften my words when speaking to you, so know this. Your lives are mine to command, mine to do with as I see fit. You will serve me to make up for your former crimes against this realm and this world. If you refuse, try to disobey me, or sabotage my endeavors, I will end you.
What do you want from us then? How do we get this off of us?
I decide when you have done enough penance to remove these marks from your chests. Tonight, you will get the first of these opportunities. Now, I have a job for you. There is a shipment I have been waiting for that has been delayed. The shipment is an old chest made of bronze and iron, adorned with circular symbols, called the Trove of Jelevan. This shipment was supposed to come in by river into the town of Tarenfort, a good 25 miles from here. Sadly, the shipment never left Tarenfort, for in the very night the ship that was bringing the trove arrived, the town was attacked and taken over by the Black Hand. That was 2 nights ago. The town is quiet now, and puppets of the Black Hand wander its streets. You will go to Tarenfort. You will retrieve the trove of Jelavan for me, and then I will let you return here. Is that understood?
Can you release us from your curse?
We will see, maybe, but I doubt it. None of you has done well enough to deserve such an easy ending. One task will not be enough, but it will be a beginning. It will prolong your life. And those who serve me well, they will be treated fairly, given food, adequate lodgings, and other things that you might desire. Within reason, of course.
Just give me someplace nice and dark and I'll be fine.
That I can easily do. In fact, if you do not serve well, Xarax Nightshade, I can give you the ultimate dark.
Something I've been waiting on for a long time.
Well, let's hope you have to wait a little longer still.
Trivolus stands up and looks at him and goes, You seriously don't know how to say it any other way. I've heard the same thing 10, 20 times. You really need to add some variety to that. And then he lifts up his shirt, and you see just more than just the normal tattoo. There's arcane runes that cross his body. And he goes, if you want me to go, you're going to need to release this as well. And it's actually an arcane rune that binds him and prevents him from using magic.
Right, of course. This, he looks at the other three. This man, Trivalis, has been in my employment for quite a bit. Do not worry, though. None of you have done anything reaching quite his high aspiration of evil. But still, he has proven valuable. And he will prove valuable in this task, I believe. Or he might die, which is fine with me. Well then, he reaches one arm up, a fairly large, muscular hand, really. Not as dainty arm with long, elegant fingers as you would expect from an archmage, and makes a fist, and there's a crackle of arcane power, and a rune that sits pretty much over Trivalis' heart, glows red, and then stops glowing. And you, Trivalis, can feel the arcane energies flowing back into you as you're used to them.
I roll my neck and go, oh, that's better.
Now, these chests behind me hold equipment you might need. Weapons, armor, and some base magical treasures. You have half a bell to get ready. Then I will send you on your way to Tarenfort. Are there any questions?
Is this about to go as well as the last one did?
That is up to you.
Well, I prefer not to have to walk in alone with only one arm.
Did he mention what attacked the town? I don't remember.
He said the Black Hand.
Right, yes.
So it's just me and these three weirdos then. Got to go and fetch your chest. I don't suppose it's full of beer either, is it?
No, it is not. You are not to open the chests, and you are not to mention my name. I will not be involved in this operation. Should you fail to obey these instructions, the mark will be activated.
And your name was? Zex just stares at him.
Funny. Very funny. I like you. And then he reaches out and Xerax is lifted up into the air and like strung out, his arms reaching to the side, and you can feel pain as if your arms are grabbed by from two sides and basically pulled apart. You can feel your shoulder blades popping and your bones being stretched as far as they go, and then you drop down again.
Well, now, aren't we a touchy one?
I do not appreciate your humor. You do well to keep a civil tongue while speaking to me. I am not some hedge wizard from a backwater village. I am Velros the Arcane. Next time, you might lose an arm or so. You do not need all your limbs to serve me. Now, any true questions?
Could we
How
get
long do
some
we have to
information
put that
on what
off?
will be waiting us?
The Black Hand is an organization has been created about 20 years ago. They are seeking immortality. And they are using all manner of creatures from all spectrums as their servants. They have started moving about a year ago. They have powerful arcane energies to their disposal. And they do not shy away from civilian casualties. In fact, they rather embrace them. I do not know what they are doing in Tarenfort. They might very well be after the same thing. Nor do I care. All I wish is for the trove of Jelavan to be retrieved and brought to me. Now, I will leave you to your preparations. My servants will escort you to the teleportation circle when you are done. He turns around, arms again crossed behind his back, and walk out. The two smaller golems follow him, leaving the chests behind. The two larger ones remain in the room.
Well, I start getting ready then.
Okay, you open up one of the chests, you find your equipment, start putting it on, putting it into pockets and such.
Okay. Well, I don't know about you guys, but that wasn't much of a warm welcome. Don't trust this wizard one little bit.
Well, do we have much of a choice, really?
You guys think this is bad? Try being in Chain Island. Now that was fun.
Well, I'm ready to go.
Okay, so all grab your stuff, you put your clothing on, grab your magical items, your healing potions, all your other equipment, backpacks and such. And yeah, stand there. One of the golems stands up, walks up to you and points at the door with one massive iron finger.
Let's get going. He does not like to be kept waiting. And I just lead the group out, checking over my staff in my hand.
All right. You walk down the corridor, the golem behind you. And then you come into a circular room that is lit by 4 braziers on the edges. Well, what would be edges of the room if it wasn't circular as such. There is a large purplish symbol on the ground with magical incantations drawn into the stone itself. Those of you who have magical backgrounds would recognize this as a teleportation circle. And you can hear the sound of the voice of Velros the Arcane coming from somewhere Now, step onto the circle. I will be watching your progress. You have
I look.
3 hours. The Temple of Light has sent paladins to Tarenfort. They will arrive at dusk. I suggest you not be found within the city when they do arrive.
I look to my companions and go, I hope you didn't eat anything. And I just get
Sorry, I
penny
didn't
in for
get
a
that.
pound. I'll jump into the circle.
Okay. So you all step out into the circle, and you can hear a voice, the voice of Velros, somewhere far away, singing something. Oster alach vun kanar. And then the symbol under your feet glows once, twice, 3 times, and there is a brief moment of vertigo. The hundreds of colors exploding in front of your eyes. And then you hit the ground, shaky feet, and you see around you is what looks to be a field. A grassy field with a small bit of forest, about 20 or 30 trees on its edge. And you're standing there, and you feel a little dizzy. Some of you might have a bit of a problem keeping their foot down, especially if they're not used to this type of transportation.
All right. Do we see anything around us
Looking
except
up,
for the field?
it is sort of mid-afternoon, 3-ish o'clock. You look up into the east, and you can see a small hill. Well, a range of hills, really. To the north is more hills and a little bit of forest. To the south are extensive fields stretching out into the distance, but there is no one to be seen on those fields, no workers, no one, not even animals. And then turning to the west, you can see a town, maybe about half a mile or so away, with a fairly large river flowing past it on the other side.
Right. I think that'd be our destination.
I think we need to make our way to the town, maybe stop just outside the wall and have a look around.
Okay, certainly. The town walls, as you approach, you recognize that they are not particularly high. They might be about maybe 15 feet or so high. There are small, squat, sort of thick towers reinforcing the wall in several places. And you can see that the gates that the gate that you are approaching at least, stands wide open.
Is there anybody about? Any guards?
No, not that you can see, no.
I do not want to be approaching through the front gate.
How high is the wall?
I agree.
The wall's about 15 foot high.
Okay.
So yeah, we could probably just pull ourselves over that.
Should we look at climbing over the wall?
A little bit away from the entrance, I think.
Okay, so you
Okay.
circle around, walk diagonally across the fields, and approach the wall maybe about 200 feet down from the gate. There is no movement on the wall itself. There is a few sort of dirty-looking banners in brown and red, flapping in the wind, but that's the only movement you can see.
Okay.
That and a couple crows sitting on the battlements.
Trivolus, he takes a whiff he takes a big sniff, and can he smell blood on the air? Because he's very attuned to blood.
Not blood as such, but definitely death. There is a a slight undercurrent of decay in the wind.
Right.
Caution.
I'm just going to pick a rock up and throw it up on top of the wall and see if anyone looks over.
Okay, you throw a rock. It hits the wall and skitters along, and it falls off the other side. 2 crows fly up, scared by this sudden movement and sudden sound, but that's the only reaction that you get.
Okay.
Well, let's head on in then, shall we?
Yeah. So we'll have a go at climbing over the wall, I guess.
Sure. Whoever wants to climb, give me an athletics check.
Suggestion: how about we just help each other pull ourselves up? 2 people is about as high as the wall.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Yeah.
Well, not quite, but...
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've got 24.
Trivialist actually.
Okay, so Bullbeard, while the Rahel is still talking, just jumps at the wall, finds a few foot and handholds, and you're used to climbing like ship masts and stuff all the time, so you're quite nimble. And this wall is an old wall, not particularly well kept. There's plenty of hand and footholds, and you're like, and you're up top within a couple seconds.
Okay.
All right.
Can I see anything while I'm up there?
Yeah, you look out into the town, and you can see the town itself is not very large, but it's definitely been the home of maybe, I don't know, maybe 1,000, maybe 1,500 people or so. A lot of the houses are built of stone, but a lot of them are built of wood as well. You can see the walls go all the way to the river, and then they end on the opposite side of you, basically. And there is what looks to be a harbor there. The harbor looks damaged. There is some of the buildings are blackened, and you can even see some thin columns of smoke from some smoldering remains of what looks to be several, like maybe wooden warehouses or something that seem to have been quite severely damaged by fire. The rest of the town looks mostly undamaged, but it looks very, very quiet. Suspiciously quiet, in fact. There is
people moving
no one on the street. No.
Okay, so I'll call down to my companions and say, "Come on up, guys. The view's lovely." And I'll throw my rope down if they need any help.
Okay, yeah, with the rope, it is not a problem to scale the wall, even for those of you who are weaker.
Trivialist gladly takes the rope, being half starved from being in the dungeons for so long, and climbs up the rope.
Okay, you're now all standing on top of the wall.
Right. What do you think we'll expect in here? Maybe undead?
Whatever it is, let's kill it.
I think maybe work our way along the wall to the harbour, because that's where the ship was due to sail from. That's probably our first bet for looking for the chest. What do you say, guys?
Sure. Sounds decent plan.
So you mean staying on the wall, correct?
Yeah, has it got like a battlement that we can walk along?
Yeah, it has.
We will also be seen quite clearly by anyone looking at the walls.
That is true. There is no cover on this side of the wall. The parapets are just on the other side, protecting you from sight from anyone who is outside of the city. But inside of the city, you have no cover at all.
I suggest we trail along on the inside of the wall.
Zarek smiles and says, "Stay as close as you can," as he waves his bow. I'll know if somebody's around.
Okay. So you want to drop down into the onto the floor of the town and work our way from there, yeah?
Yeah.
Are there stairs on the inside of the wall?
The stairs are about maybe 30 or 40 feet to your right. There is a staircase leading down.
I imagine Trivialist is actually already halfway down the stairs, kind of just looking back. Well, come on now.
Okay. Sure.
Rehaya just jumps off the wall.
Cool.
Can any of you magic guys sense any undead magic or anything going on?
Give me a acrobatics check or an athletics check, Rahal, as you jump off the wall.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Okay. You take 6
Starting
points of
off strong.
damage as you jump off the wall, land, and slip and hit the side of your body.
Great start, guys. Great start.
Yes,
I'll take
is
the
there-
stairs.
Um, you know what? I'm just gonna use the ASMR healing hands feature and heal myself 6 hit points.
Sure. You stand
There.
up, you grab with an angry sound coming from your throat, grab your leg that's sort of slightly hurt and just focus, and there's this smoke curling out of your hands for a brief moment, and then the pain is gone.
Tripolis walks up and taps her with his. Is it a her
That's a him.
or him? I'm sorry. Okay, him. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said her. Walks up to him, just taps him on the shoulder with his staff, and goes, "Now that's a way to keep quiet."
Yeah.
So much for a sneak attack, guys.
upon hearing the word snake, Zarek starts grinning as he tries and goes stealthy.
Okay. Where do you want to? So you've all climbed down from the wall, including Xerax. Okay, so Xerax, you just disappear into the shadow of a building, press yourself against the wall, looking around and just waiting for the group. You're gone for now, basically.
Okay, so
yeah, you just
where are we?
You just
Got
see
buildings
out
around us,
of
or-
so the three of you just see out of the corner of your eye Xerax sort of creeping off and then disappearing, basically.
All right.
Okay.
Well, he's off. Should we keep going to the harbor then?
Yeah, we need to make our way towards where the harbour was, I would say, but I'm going to do so as well using stealth, if I may.
Certainly.
Well, I suppose we'll all go stealthy then.
You can certainly try.
Nope.
So I've got 26.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Xerax and Bullbeard are gone. You have advantage, in fact, as well, but I don't think you want to re-roll that. 19 is good enough.
I don't need that, yeah.
Yeah.
Handy being a hobbit. Or a halfling, I should say.
That's true. Okay, and is Travalis also going stealth or no?
We're about to find out.
Oh,
Yes, we are.
wow. Wow. Okay. That's pretty decent. You're all very, very quiet. And what route are you going towards the harbor, basically? Because you're like on the opposite side from the harbor at the moment. There's the whole town in between you. So
Imagine we're trailing along the walls.
Is
Yeah,
there?
as near as a crow
Yeah,
flies,
walls
keep
that's
in the
closer.
shadows.
yeah. Well, obviously that would be the long way, but it might be the safer way. The direct way would just be going through the center of town, but that's up to you.
We're all pretty well hidden at the minute, so perhaps the most direct route, I would say, but open to suggestions.
That's up to you.
How much time has elapsed since we got sent?
10, 15 minutes, maybe?
All right, so not that long.
No. You've only walked a couple 100 meters, climbed the wall. Yeah, maybe 20 minutes at the most.
Is it fairly open, the centre of town, or are the buildings quite close together?
There is one main road that sort of leads from the gate the gate that is to your left. That's maybe about like 200 feet to your left, all the way to the center of town where there's a large plaza, and then continues on towards the harbor, basically. This seems to be the main road of Tarenfort. The plaza itself is surrounded by larger buildings, basically like mansions, with what looks to be gardens, walled-in gardens. The rest of town is mostly small alleyways and like what seems to be narrow streets and such. This is an older town, and yeah, seems to be that most of the town is a little jumbled up. It's actually quite a good place for stealthing as such.
Maybe we can make our way parallel to the main road through the back streets, heading in the direction of the harbour. What do you guys think?
It seems solid enough.
I like this
I
the
agree.
sound of that.
Okay, so you're all spread out a little bit, of course, because you can't stealth like standing next to each other, but spread out a little bit. You start sneaking towards the harbor. You're not going very fast because you're stealthing, but even at this speed, you shouldn't need more than maybe 20, 25 minutes to get to the harbor. It's not that big a city as such, even though going half speed, so to speak.
And we're not even seeing like any corpses around or anything?
Well, we will see. You have just entered the town.
Okay.
Walking down the roads, you can hear a little bit of wind and not much else, actually. There is some from a bit further off, you can hear a noise that sounds like some sort of like grate or something swinging in the wind, this sort of irony metal noise. And every now and then you hear a few crows, just in the distance. Other than that, it is very quiet. Looking at the buildings you're passing, you can see that a lot of the doors are standing open. Some of the windows are bashed in. And you do see what looks to be dried blood on the ground every now and then. Not every 2 or 3 yards by any means, but quite regularly, nearly on every corner. As you pass over a small square in between 4 houses, there is a large patch of blood, and you can see several what looks to be discarded sort of improvised weapons, like a broken bottle, what looks to be a smashed chair, an old like hand axe, a knife just lying on the ground.
Well, I'll say we carry on. All I'm interested in is the chest and getting this rubbish tattoo off my chest.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check, all of you.
Oh, God.
Woohoo!
Oops, sorry. Oh, shit.
Nothing.
Okay, so Rahel and Bullbeard and Xerax, while still remaining in hiding, you hear what sounds like the rattling of wheels coming from an alley to your left, sort of ahead and to your left, like a cart or a carriage moving slowly down that alley, coming vaguely in your direction.
Should we check out what it is?
I'd like to remain hidden or remain in stealth mode. I'm not particularly interested in what it is. I'm more interested in getting to the harbour, but if you want to stop and look, I'll wait for you.
It could be what we're searching for, so I think we should wait and see.
Investigate what? Because Trivialist is absolutely confused as to what everyone's talking about.
Something's approaching us, whatever.
The carriage that's coming, do you want to go and look at it, or do you want to leave it?
Might be worth a shot.
Okay, so you approach. And as you approach, you see on the road ahead of you are several corpses, about half a dozen or so, maybe. There seem to be 3 men, what looks to be a dwarf, and 2 human women lying in puddles of dried blood.
And
I think we should sit down as if we're corpses and see if it'll go straight past us without noticing that we're not.
I think we'll stand out quite well in this crowd.
Yeah, have you seen what we're wearing?
Okay.
Is there
Maybe
any...
we can duck in a building and spy from inside.
There is plenty of cover. You could definitely try to find a position where you can observe this situation without being seen yourself. It is a city, as I said. There's a lot of like door openings, windows you can look out. There's houses to both sides. There's quite a bit of like rubbish standing around, lying around.
For these corpses, how old are they? Like, is there any chance of there being any flowing blood at all still in them?
You would say there would be a day or two old from the looks of it. They've already started decomposing a little bit, but more of a smell. There's no visual clue to it as of yet.
Do I see any like dripping blood?
No, not really, no.
Okay.
I'd certainly like to work my way into a pile of rubbish and hide.
Okay. Yeah,
Try to observe whatever it is.
Yeah, I'll just take your stealth checks that you did before. You don't need to roll again. So Bullbeard approaches, hides outside behind a pile of rubbish, peeking out through it. What does the rest of you do? You can now all hear the rattling of these wheels coming towards that little scene that you have just spotted, which is just down the road from you, basically. So the carriage or cart or whatever it is coming sort of from your left, intersecting your way, so to speak.
I'm just gonna get into a place where I can see the road and stay hidden, whatever.
Inside or outside?
Outside.
Okay. So you press yourself against what looks to be a door opening, basically, like a little bit of a tunnel that ends in a door that leads into a house. You just peek out from there.
Trivialist shifts back and into the alley we just came in from and hides behind probably like maybe some barrels or something, keeping like an eye, like looking down a narrow alleyway.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Xerix?
Xerix is going to duck into the closest doorway he can.
Yep.
And look through one of the broken windows.
Mm-hmm. You duck into the house. Sorry, did you say alleyway or house?
House.
Okay, so you open the door, which stands half open anyway, and you enter what looks to be a small bakery. There's still bread lying around. A couple of it is on the ground, and you can see a single body, the body of an overweight older man lying in the center of the room, and he looks like he's been stabbed with a knife like about 20 times or so. And he's very obviously dead in a huge pool of dried blood. You leap over the corpse and peek out through one of the small side windows of the shop. And you can see, well, you first, Xerix, and the rest of you maybe about 10 seconds later, can see there is a cart coming, a rather large cart, two-wheeled cart, being pulled by two people, both dressed in sort of simple brown robes with their hoods up. And there's two more people that look to be simple civilian folk, judging by their clothing, pushing it. And the cart itself is filled with bodies. There's maybe about a good 10 or so bodies just piled on top of one another. There's arms and legs just dangling over. In fact, as you're watching Xerix, you see one of the bodies on top sort of toppling over as the cart takes the corner a little. The cart is moving fairly slowly, but still, one of the bodies, what looks to be a boy of about maybe 12 or 13, falls off the heap. And then one of the figures that's at the back pushing the cart stumbles over, picks up the boy, puts him back up. And as you see this, you realize that this figure that is picking up the boy is no longer alive itself. It's just a husk animated by some sort of evil magic as it drops the body back down onto the cart, then goes back to pushing the cart. The cart is now coming around the corner and the rest of the group can see it as well. And it stops where the bodies are on the ground. And the two zombies from the back lumber forward past the two hooded figures that are standing there unmoving, just gripping the cart, the handles of the cart with their hands, and start slowly picking up the dead, putting them on the cart.
I'll continue to stay hidden and just watch what happens at the moment.
Okay.
Trivialist also stays hidden. He's kind of sitting there gripping his staff, hoping against hope that his partners aren't going to do anything stupid.
Okay, so you're watching while this transpires. And then as the cart is loaded full, the 4 figures make their way further down, passing past you and disappearing into a side alley, still pulling the cart, mostly in silence.
All right. So as they leave, I'm gonna just get back to where the other guys are.
Yep.
Yep. So I'll come out of hiding, mutter to myself that the bin men are better in this town than they are where I live, and I'll meet up with the other guys.
Okay.
Yeah, and before Xerix leaves the little makeshift bakery, he picks up a couple loaves of bread and just walks right out, chewing on a.
Okay.
On one of
The bread's a bit stale, but it's very much edible still.
It's like every time he takes a bite, he's like, oh, "Food."
Okay.
Care to share a little bit?
So I think we should carry on our way, but obviously being aware that there's some undead lingering in this town.
I don't think that what we are looking for is going to be in the harbor. There are clearly magicians
Okay.
here. They'd be able to find a magical object with ease. You'd think they'd keep a powerful magical object if they found it.
Okay. Do
So
you think we should maybe get somewhere high and have a look about the town, see if we can spot somewhere that it might be?
I think maybe we should follow that cart.
Is the cart going towards the center of town, or
No, it's going
Just-
away from the center of town.
And besides,
Coming.
it's likely bringing the bodies to make more undead soldiers. And do we really want more undead soldiers in this town to disrupt our mission?
Do we really want to go to the place where they're making undead soldiers?
Well, that's likely where they're keeping whatever they found.
Yeah.
I'd like to not become undead myself if I can help it.
Fire would
Okay.
solve the undead.
Are there
problem.
any tall buildings that we can see? Maybe we can get a better view of the town.
You saw a couple tall buildings in the center of town, basically the mansions. They're not super tall, but they're like 3-4 stories sometimes. All the other buildings that you have seen are either just 1 story or 2 stories. You have seen what looked to be like a stone tower overlooking the harbor itself. That's the tallest building in the city, basically. Other than that, we haven't really spotted any particularly tall buildings.
How far away are the mansions?
Maybe, I don't know, a couple 100 yards, not that far. You've been heading in vaguely their direction anyway. Because you've been walking parallel to the main road towards the harbor. So you've been approaching the center of town. You've made your way about maybe halfway to the center of town when you spotted the cart or you heard that noise.
Okay. Maybe we should try to sneak in the back door of one of those mansions up there.
How many mansions are there?
You saw at least about half a dozen.
Okay.
Preferably the tallest one.
So I'm thinking if we can spot a few more of these undead wandering around, we can get an idea where they're all headed and go that way ourselves.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, should we go and look at a mansion then?
I think we should.
I nod.
Okay. So I'd like to stay using stealth as much as possible at the moment.
Okay.
But make our way to a mansion.
So you're moving sort of diagonally towards the center of the town, the main plaza.
Yeah.
Okay.
Staying in the back alleys, though.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me another stealth check, everyone.
22.
All right.
Oops, that's not right. Sorry.
Oh, crap.
Okay. Yeah. You're moving towards the center of town. And that there is, again, silence around you, mostly. However, as you've walked maybe about a minute or two, Xerix, you stop, look to your left, and you swore you saw a movement. And you're sort of still eyeing that direction, stealthing further forward as you step onto what looks to be an upturned bucket that someone left out into one of the back alleys. You kick it, and it sort of flies around across the road with a metallic clang as it hits several objects, and then comes slowly spinning to a stop. And you were like frozen and like, oh shit, that was fairly loud. Everyone else had obviously heard that as you're all stealthing nearby.
I immediately shift back. Are there any doors nearby that I can kind of sneak into?
There is several buildings, yes. One of the most of the doors are open, or at least half open. There's one door that is closed from the looks of it.
I immediately draw back into the shadows and pull into or sneak into one of the buildings.
All right.
Is it possible for Xerix to pretty much do the same thing? Quickly hide in one of the buildings?
All right. Give me another stealth check with disadvantage this time.
I'm
Okay.
gonna do the same also.
Yep. Yeah, the rest of you just instinctively draw back into cover, holding your breath to see if anyone has heard this. 19, not bad. And as you draw back into cover, Bullbeard, you leaping into one of the buildings, ducking down, and staring out the window, you hear a behind you, and then running feet. And you turn, and you see a small figure dashing up the stairs behind you that lead up to the first floor. Or the second floor, if you're American.
I'd like to do my best to jump on it.
Okay, so you turn around, you run, follow this figure, and you run up the stairs, and you can see, as you do run, you can see the figure is what looks to be a halfling dressed in fairly simple leather, clutching a dagger in his hand, and he sees you coming up the stairs behind him. He turns around and is like backing away into a corner, teeth bared, his knife held with shaky hand. Stay away from me.
I'll say, do not be afraid, friend. We are kin. I'm just here hiding in the shadows, same as you. Calm yourself down. There's no need for a dagger.
Give me a perception check. Persuasion check, sorry. With disadvantage, this guy seems scared out of his mind.
Okay. Ooh. It's -1 on this as well.
Okay.
So 8 is 6 is the first one.
Yeah. And 6
And
is
then
the
we
second
got-
one. Okay. He just like, stay away from me. Just slashing the air with his blade. Backed away into a corner, his back pressed against the wall.
Okay. Well, I'll just say you stay there, friend, in the corner. I'll stay here. If you don't move, I'm not gonna have to bust your skull. Just keep quiet.
While this is happening, the rest of you can hear footsteps, and you can see 3 figures coming down the alley. 2 clearly dead zombies, townsfolk, former townsfolk from the looks of it, cut open and sliced, and one of them has like his head is hanging down like this, and you can see the side of his face has like a massive cut, as if someone cut his throat, basically. But he's still walking. The other one is a small woman, also dead, clutching a club. And the third figure is one of those cloaked figures that you have seen before pulling the cart.
Are we all hiding in the same building?
No, you're sort of staring out onto the alley from different buildings. You're close, but not next to each other.
Okay.
And where are these headed?
They're coming towards you down the alley, and the hooded figure is turning its face You can see the hood like, as it looking around. The other two are just like wandering, shambling, basically, behind it.
Can I, from where I am in a different building, hear this halfling freaking out?
No, you wouldn't be able to. It's not that loud.
Okay, good. Okay. And I just stay hidden and quiet, kind of gripping my black staff tightly.
As you're looking around and you're all looking at these figures, the hood turns and passes over the building that Trivalis is hiding in. And then the movement stops and returns back. And the figure is now looking at the window you're hiding behind. You duck down. You're not quite sure if it's seen you or not. Or he or she or whatever.
Question, how close are they to where I'm hiding at?
About maybe 20, 25 feet.
Alrighty. Time for a little bit of shadow fun. Alrighty. He's going to try and make the shadow of a dog running past him to see if he can get them to not look that way.
All right. You reach out with your powers granted by the Shadowfell. You grasp a little bit of darkness from one of the nearby alleys. You form it into a shadow of a small dog that darts past out into the alley and then basically disappears as it steps into the light. The two zombies slowly turn, and one of them, the man with like the hanging head, starts shuffling towards the alley where that dog seemingly disappeared into. The woman stands there staring into nothing, but the cloaked figure starts moving towards the building that Trivalis is hiding in. You, of course, Trivalis, don't know that because you're like crouching down under the window, but both Xerex and Rechael can see it happening.
I pull out a vial. I pull a small glass vial, and it's my last one, and it has just dark red blood, and I kind of just stare at it. I uncork it, and I just wait.
Okay.
And I'm readying an action.
Okay.
I'm going to ready an action in case all of a sudden that person is close to me.
Yep.
I'm gonna ready an action for my crossbow to shoot if he steps into the building.
So you're like trailing him, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. The figure moves down and turns towards the door that leads into the building that Trivalis is hiding in, and then approaches the door and gives the door a slow push. Door swings inward. And the figure starts stepping in.
As soon as the individual crosses the threshold, because I imagine I'm right against the wall where the door is.
You're against the window, so the door's to your left.
Yeah, I'm against the wall that the door is on.
Yeah, okay.
Like it's in the same.
Yeah.
So I wait, and I imagine as it walks out, it catches a just a gleam as this vial is hurled at it, and I'm casting Acid Splash on it.
Sure. Do I have to roll? Is that a check that I need to roll?
Dexterity saving.
Okay. What's your DC is 14?
14.
Yeah. Okay. The figure actually just barely makes it. It moves to the side, not particularly fast, but just barely enough to so that vial flings past and hits the wall behind it. It doesn't actually break; it just falls down to the ground. And we are now in initiative, which means that Bullbeard can't really do anything because he doesn't realize that fighting has started yet. But so we are with Xerex.
Alrighty. Upon seeing the zombie creature thing entering the building, Xerex is going to grab his bow and go shooty shoot.
Okay, you shoot. You can see its back in the building itself. You have dark vision, even though it is covered by a layer of darkness as it stepped into the building. You can easily see it, and you shoot an arrow into its back. That is a hit, and that is 8 points of piercing damage. Not bad.
Do I get sneak attack damage since I'm hiding?
Yeah, you would actually. Yeah, you would get sneak attack because it hasn't hasn't noticed you.
Would I?
Okay,
That would
never
be
mind, it's too
6,
late.
12, 17 extra damage.
17. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 6s and a 5.
Okay. The arrow enters the creature's back of the head, and the creature stumbles, and then still keeps standing, even though there's an arrow sticking out from the back of its skull, pierced through the
Is
hood.
that the one in my building, or?
That is the one in your building, yeah, the one you just missed. The arrow
Okay.
comes in through the doorway, hits it, and is now sticking from its neck, the base of its skull, basically.
Holy shit.
But it's still standing. And we have Rehael.
Right, where's the hooded figure?
It's that was the figure that was shot at.
Oh, okay. And I can't see him from where I am.
Yeah,
right?
you can. You
Okay.
can see through the doorway. He will get a little bit of cover, but not much.
Right. Wasn't there one standing out in the street also?
Yeah, that's the woman zombie standing out in the street.
How far away is it?
About 15 or so feet from you, not very far.
Right, I'm just gonna run up to it and slash at it with my
Okay, you just run out the building, drawing, like pulling away your your crossbow, drawing whatever blade weapon you're carrying.
And
Yeah, go for it.
2 attacks, which both miss, I assume.
Great swords. Nay, they both hit.
Oh, hey!
That zombie. This is a zombie. So you whip out your great sword. It gives this sound as it is unleashed. You cut through the zombie once, and then another time, and the second cut takes one of her arms off. It just flies up into the air, hits the ground. But the woman, still holding her club in the other hand, just turns and looks at you with empty gaze, without showing any pain. Trevalis, your turn again.
Kind of cursing that I just missed. I just tossed my last vial of blood at this person. I click a button in my staff, and you just hear like a metallic clicking sound, and a rapier pops out of the side of it.
All right.
Kind of just like a rapier kind of just pops out, and when you look at the rapier, it's not a normal one. You'll notice a shallow groove going right down the center, almost as if its purpose is to collect some kind of liquid. And so I'm just going to run forward and take a jab at this thing.
Go for it.
I actually want to roll my new dice, so I'm going to roll it by hand.
Go for it. Sure.
And I completely missed. I got a 7.
You run up, you stab, but the figure steps out of the way, and your rapier hits the door frame and bounces off. She's now
Time to throw away the new dice.
It is now that figure's turn. It looks up, and it reaches out for you, and you can see its hand appearing from inside of the robe, and you can see this white, bony hand with these jagged bone claw protrusions coming out of it, like claws, basically. And it slashes towards you. But you whip your staff up and deflect the attack, stumbling backwards. And you can see the hood now falling back, and you can see a dead face with weird scars on it and some reddish markings that you recognize as necromantic runes that runs down from its forehead over its cheeks, like tattoos, sort of. And it opens its mouth, and you can see these jagged teeth, these sharpened bone fangs, basically, that do not look human at all. And it just gives you this. But you have survived its attack. The woman, the cut open zombie, swings its club against Rehael and actually hits. You expected her to just be destroyed by your swings, but it is not. It swings, attacks back, and you are a little taken by surprise. Do not react quite as quickly as the club smacks you in the side, and only dealing 2 points of damage, though. It's not a very strong attack. This woman wasn't very big or muscular in life, and whatever necromantic energy is flowing through her hasn't given her much more strength than she had in life. The other zombie comes stumbling out of the alley and is now also looking at Rehael and comes now stumbling towards you, lifting what looks to be a butcher's cleaver. Its head still hanging to the side, sort of dangling as it is walking towards you, but it can't quite get to you to attack you. Bullbeard, you have now heard some basic fighting noises, a loud grunt and like some soft fighting noises from downstairs. The halfling's still staring at you with the dagger in his head. Stay away! Stay away!
Okay. I'll turn to look at the halfling and I'll put my index finger up against my lips as if to say shh. And just a calming hand is out there. I'm confident that my 3 companions are able to deal with a couple of zombies. I haven't heard any screams that sound like them at the moment.
Nope.
So I'll stay where I am and just try to reassure the halfling that's with me that everything's going to be okay.
Xerax, you're up.
Alrighty. That one zombie that I shot the arrow, is it still up and walking around?
Yeah, that was the hooded figure that is still standing. Yeah, you could see it fighting Travalis in within the doorway of the house opposite you.
Alrighty. Once again, I will shoot it.
Yeah, hits, and that is another sneak attack.
Alrighty. 6 extra damage.
6 extra, did you say?
Yep.
You strike it once more. This time, the arrow comes flying and hits it in the temple. Travalis, you get a good view of that. There is actual blood coming out of the wound, running down its face, but it's still standing. Anything else you'd like to do, Xerax?
Nope, that'll be it for right now.
You just reload another arrow, getting ready. Rehael, you now have 2 zombies on you.
How far are they from each other?
Within 5 feet. They're standing next to each other, basically.
Okay, so I could use green flame blade.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Just refresh on how that works again.
You hit one, and then the other one takes like a d10 extra damage or something like that, I think.
D8.
Yeah, d8, yeah.
Plus spellcasting modifier. So
okay.
D8 plus 3.
So which one are you attacking then?
I'm attacking the new guy.
Okay. You swing your greatsword down on the head dangler, but it actually stops.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
And the second one is a hit.
Great.
The first one is a miss. The blade just flies past his head in front of his face, basically. But you reverse the blade and hit it into his side. Oh, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, definitely. You have the. I'm assuming you have the fiendish power that lets you attack twice.
Yeah, I have Soul Eater, Hellward, and Storm of Blades.
What was the second one?
Storm of Blades. Soul Eater, Hellward, and Storm of Blades.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I have.
Oh, that's right. You can get Hellward, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you switch it out. Actually, can you? Let me check real quick.
I have 3.
Yeah, but you can't learn 2 that are 5+. Can you?
Oh, I can.
Yes, you have to switch out one of them. So
I'm switching Hellward for something. Whatever.
Yeah, that's okay. You can choose that later on. But anyway, you have Storm of Blades and Soul Eater.
Yep.
Excellent. Anyway, keep going. So the second the greatsword slashes into the zombie's side, dealing 9 points of damage. Okay. And a burst of green fire comes out of your weapon, hitting the girl zombie.
Yep.
Roll the damage for that.
Oh, right. 1d8 plus 3. 7 damage.
The green flame comes through the wound as you reach into the infernal energies within you and hits her in the face and just melts part of her head off, and she crumbles like a puppet whose strings have been cut as the necrotic energy holding her up is dissipated.
Will soul Eater count for that?
No,
Okay, yeah.
because these creatures do not have a soul that you can eat, I'm afraid. No longer, anyway. Okay. Actually, yeah, it would count because you can feast on the energy that it still has within it.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, you can do it. You feast on the necrotic energy that is seeping out of it, drawing it within you. But you're not hurt. Oh yeah, you are hurt. Sure.
I took 2 points of damage, but I just healed 6, so.
Yep, you are fine. Again, the emanating the necrotic energy that is disappearing from her corpse. You snatch some of it and draw it within you to use it to fuel your life force with it. That was Rahel's turn. Trivalis, you're staring at this creature now, this sharp-fanged creature with the bone claws that has an arrow that's pierced its temple and gone in deep.
It might help if I turn my mic on. So I'm actually taken aback because I figured just by the movements that this thing was. And so as the face comes at me, I was shocked, and then the black blood, I kind of take a piece off with my finger and lick it and then spit it out. It goes, oh, that's just terrible. And then if it's okay with you, I want to use my staff as a weapon and just kind of go to swing and take it off the head.
Sure, yeah.
Stuck in the door frame.
Yeah.
I imagine. And then so I just take both hands and swing my
yeah, sure. Yeah, you can
like
use
a
it as
baseball bat. And
right, sure.
so what kind of weapon do you want that to be?
Let's say it's just a club.
Okay.
Like, how long is the staff? Is the staff like a walking staff long, or is it just like a short baton sort of thing?
It's a wonky staff.
Then
it's
it will be a quarter staff. Then it will be a quarter staff.
Okay.
It's long enough that it will be a quarter staff.
All right. Oh, fell off the table. 14, 16 to hit.
Yeah, this time you smash it into the creature's face. Roll damage.
2 damage.
I think you're rolling a d8 because it's a versatile weapon, and you're using it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. 4.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, and the creature falls. Its head smashed in. A little bit of blood.
I imagine I swing, and who's out there fighting the other two right now? Is it
Rahael?
I imagine the head just comes clean off, and it goes and clonks Rahel in the back.
Well, it can't really come clean off with a bludgeoning weapon because you're not cutting it. So basically, you're just hitting it in with a blow. A few bone splinters fly off. And then you rip out your rapier.
And then I rip my rapier out, and then I actually drop down and pull a vial out to collect some blood.
Yeah, you can. This creature, weirdly enough, even though it's clearly undead, seems to have flowing blood.
I take my rapier, and I let just like this river of, I imagine it's probably blackened by this point, blackened blood roll up
it's fairly
the sword,
brownish black, yeah.
up the blade, up to the hilt, and then keeping the blade of the rapier very level, I open up a little compartment and drop the blood into my staff.
All right.
And close the compartment back up.
The zombies, the one that's still standing, the male zombie with the cleaver, the head dangling all over, swings its cleaver down against Rahael and will just barely miss. Rahael, you manage to bring up your greatsword, deflecting the cleaver to the side. Xerix, your turn again. You can still hear fighting. You cannot see any other zombie for now. Or from your current position anyway.
Alrighty, well, what I'm going to do, still with my arrow at the ready, I'm going to sneak out and to see if I can locate the... Yeah,
you can see Rahael facing off against one zombie with like the slashed open neck and the cleaver in his hand.
Okay, I'll go to shoot that one in the head or
all right.
Wherever.
You step out into the street. You see it to the right. You draw back your blade, your arrows, hit it straight in between the eyes. That's of course a sneak attack.
13.
And that zombie drops as well. The arrow is stuck in its head. It's still dangling head, and then it just crumbles to the ground. Everything's quiet again.
Trivalus looks from the... Oh, go ahead.
They're all dead now.
Yeah, well,
Zombie.
they were dead before as well, but now they are unmoving.
Right.
Okay, so hearing that everything's gone quiet, I'm going to whistle like a bird in the hope that my companions can figure out it's me and come and see if they can find me.
Okay, you can hear a whistling. You don't really quite know what it means, but you haven't seen Bullbeard in a while, and the whistling is coming from the house that he leapt into.
I'm gonna ignore it and go inspect that rogue body.
Okay, yeah, Travalis is still standing there,
Yeah.
and you can see this body looking at it. It's lying back, the skull caved in, an arrow still sticking out, another arrow in its neck.
Okay, and you said there are like protrusions and such?
Yeah, it has, from its hands, it has like bony claws that are breaking through its skin.
Right.
Taking a closer look, you realize that these must be bones that have been basically attached to the hand. There are little pieces of metal holding it in place, like screws, basically. These claws were screwed to the hands of this, or to one hand of this creature.
Right.
I look up to Rahel as I'm pouring my third rapier full of blood and say, "This is dark, even by my standards," indicating the claws attached to the zombie.
Yeah, something tells me this won't be the worst of it.
I shake the head and go,
Someone
"They
wanna-
surely know we're here."
Someone wanna go look on what that whispering was?
Xerxes has an arrow at the ready just in case something tries to jump out at him, and he is going to stealth.
Where are you
attempt
stealthing to?
Towards the sound of the bird sound.
Okay, sure.
As he's doing that, I'm gonna pull the bodies inside.
Okay. Yeah, Xerax, you make your way up into the room where Bullbeard was hiding, and then up the stairs. And you can now see Bullbeard facing this halfling in this corner, still just staring at him with wide eyes. And as he sees you coming, he's like, "No, stay away. You won't get me. Stay away. I'll catch you."
Xerxes holds out his hand and says, "Calm down, little one. If I was going to kill you, you'd be dead already."
Give me a persuasion check.
Alrighty, let's see.
Basically, you would have disadvantage, but because I'm assuming that Bullbeard is assisting you, you have advantage, which cancels each other out. 17, not bad. Yeah, the guy looks at you for a bit and then seems to relax a little bit and says, "Who are you? You're not crazy, are you?"
And Xerxes laughs a little. Says, "Little one, we're all crazy in our own way."
But you're not here to kill me.
As I stated earlier, if I wanted you dead, you would have been dead already.
Right. And the guy looks at Bullbeard as well. You don't look like you're locals.
I'm not local to anyone.
You're not with those monsters, are you?
No, kid, we're not.
Good. He slowly puts his dagger away. So you coming to help us then? You're some sort of city guard or army?
Zarek laughs and says,
Well-
"We're far from it, friend. Far from it. All you need to know
We're not
is
going to wrap it up in candy floss. We're here for something completely different. Still, we need a little bit of intelligence from you. Who are these zombie people outside?
Zombie people. They're well, most of them are locals.
Who's controlling them and where are they going?
I don't know. I think they've been taking them to the center of town. I saw a couple of those carts filled with bodies just being dragged over there.
Which building are they going to?
I don't know. I'm not going close to there. Not crazy. I don't want to end up like them. I was lucky enough to escape this madness, this curse or whatever it was. I'm not risking going
What are
into
they
this.
doing with the bodies?
What?
What are they doing with the bodies?
I don't know.
Okay, so do you want to stay here and hide?
Yeah, of course.
Come and help us.
I'm not. What you mean? Help you? I'm not. I'm not much of a fighter.
Can you show us where they're going to? Can you show us the building?
I don't know. They're just walking up towards the center of town, the Central Plaza. I don't know.
Okay.
They there's this massive thing there.
what is this thing?
I don't know. Some sort of monster. It's double the size of a man. It has this massive sword. I've seen it walk past once. Was leading a group of these zombies. Didn't see me, luckily. I'm not going anywhere close to that.
Where does this monster stay? Where is its lair?
I don't know. Probably somewhere to center town, I'm guessing. That's where it walked off to. That's where all the corpses are taken, aren't they? There was hundreds of corpses out in the street. They must have gathered most of them by now.
Okay.
What you want to do? You're not going to go there, are you?
That is none of your concern, friend. And we're here to look for something, and that's all you need to know.
What are you looking for? Maybe if you get me out of the city, I can help you look, or maybe I know what you look. What?
Maybe if you know more, then you need to tell us now. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere.
Well, I didn't know what you're looking for.
As Zarek's
Where's
looks
this
over at
creature's
his,
lair?
What?
Where does this creature stay? Where is its lair?
I don't know. Somewhere at the center of town, as I said. I didn't go close there.
Where does it keep its possessions?
What possessions?
Anything it might have stolen or taken that wasn't its?
Well, I'm guessing at the same place where it keeps all the bodies. Wonder what it's doing with the bodies. Maybe it's eating them or something. I don't know. There must. I don't think there's many left alive except for me and, well, I guess you guys in this town.
So what more help can you offer us?
Well, if you tell me what you're looking for, maybe I can tell you where it is. Maybe I've seen it. What is it? Are you looking for some sort of treasure?
Have you seen a chest anywhere?
What? I mean...
came in on a ship a couple days ago.
Ship?
Some cargo on a ship, a chest. We're looking for that.
A large riverboat came in about maybe, was it 2 days ago?
Where did they take the cargo?
I don't know. Some of my friends said there's something valuable on board. We're thinking about checking it out. But that was only a couple hours before all the madness started, with the smoke and the craziness.
Sounds like your life depends on us finding that chest as much as ours does. So time to get thinking.
Well, I don't know. It might be at the harbor master's office, or in the watchtower. That's in the harbor as well. If there's something valuable, often they take the treasures at the treasury in the watchtower basement.
Can you take us there?
What do I get out of it?
Your life.
You get your life out of it.
You're going to escort me out of town?
If we get the treasure chest, yeah.
All right, I can do that. I mean, I can't promise that whatever you're looking for is there, but at least there should be enough gold there in the treasury. It's enough for us to start a new life. If it hasn't been plundered yet.
Take us to the harbour master's office, and then we'll see where the situation is then.
All right.
At least you'll be safe until we get there.
All right, I'll take you there. Okay, so while this is happening, what are Rahel and Travalis doing?
Well, I'm hiding the bodies, and then I'm sort of just standing around outside, slightly hidden, and looking for signs of something approaching.
Okay.
And Travalis is doing that thing where he's trying to help lift, but he's basically like lifting like a tiny bit of weight, but Rahel's lifting all of the weight, but Travalis is kind of pretending he's helping.
Okay.
And he's gonna kind of stick close to him as well.
Okay. So while this talk's going on, Rahel, you hear movement out in the street. You look out around the corner, and you can see a figure moving down the street towards you. It is a large creature, nearly as big as a horse. It walks on all fours, and it has some resemblance of some sort of hound, a large hound. However, this hound has no skin. It looks like it has been flayed, and you can see wet, glistening red muscle tissue underneath moving as the hound is slowly stalking down the street. And it has what looks to be bone plates, like straight in its muscles, as if someone had pushed them in there. Large, jagged horns are coming out in 4 or 5 different directions from its elongated, nearly crocodile-like skull. And you can see a row of jagged teeth. And there is a little bit of something black oozing out of its mouth as it's just dripping on the ground where the creature is walking. Just like some sort of slime, basically just like saliva falling onto the ground.
I'm gonna tap Travalis and just whisper, "Get the others."
And you can hear the hound just coming down the road. It's not coming straight at you, but it's definitely coming in your direction.
Yeah.
I start going and then kind of grab Rahel by the back of his armor and kind of try to pull him back to whispering, "You can't take this thing on alone."
That's why you're getting the others. So get the others before it's here.
The others are sadly across the road.
Oh, right. Fuck.
In a different building. So you'd have to run across the road to get them.
Right.
I would cast Mage Hand.
Okay.
How far? I forget how far Mage Hand
30
can go.
feet.
Is the door across the
It is.
feet away? I'd
It is
cast
about
Mage
20
Hand,
feet away.
and you would see just like this conglomeration of dried blood kind of come up and form a crusty-looking red hand, and it just bangs on the door.
Okay. So Bullbeard and Xerax, you hear like a banging coming from downstairs, as if someone's basically hitting the door with a flat of their hand.
Zarek immediately turns around.
Yeah, the halfling instantly draws out his... Did you hear that? Draws out his dagger.
What's the halfling's name?
You don't know. You haven't asked him.
Halfling, what's your name?
Nedak. Did you hear that?
Nedak. Okay.
creature's coming closer.
A question, with my weapon of warning, would it give off any...
Indeed, as you're looking at your... What kind of weapon do you have? Like a short sword or?
Actually, it's my bow. That's my weapon of warning.
Oh, okay. Okay, so your bow has started slowly vibrating in your hand as it senses danger approaching.
Alrighty, and the two halflings would also feel it as well, since they are within 30
Well,
feet.
they would. Yeah, I guess so. Although that only I think it only affects your companions. It doesn't affect everyone.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Do we have any windows on the floor that we're standing on?
Not at the... Well, you have, but there's only one window, and it goes sort of out the back. It's like a tiny little window. This is like a sort of like an attic room what you're in at the moment, with like the two of the side walls are like the roof at the same time, so to speak, like a triangular shape.
Is the construction such that we can poke a hole in the thatch and look through, or not?
Oh, you might, yeah, very well, yeah. You could very well do that. Yeah.
Can we poke a hole in the thatch and take a look out and see whatever it is that's coming down the street?
Sure, give me a perception check.
Okay.
You stick your scimitar through.
11 plus 6, so 17.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you use your scimitar slash open the part of the roof. Zarex grabs it with one hand, tears it a little bit open, and you both stick your heads through, basically, looking out, and you can see this creature just for like a second or so as it passes the side, like passes across the side alley, like under your house. You can see it appearing in your view for a moment or so, and then it like moves past the edge of the house, and you can't see it anymore.
Okay.
But it's now basically part of the house.
Okay. Let me ask Nadak what the hell that was.
What? What do you mean? What was it?
Nadak, what the hell is that creature outside? A giant four-legged dog with no skin.
I've seen them before. There's some sort of, I don't know, some sort of hellish creatures. I've seen two of them ran down the street once. Was it yesterday evening, I think? I don't know what they are.
Right.
They must have come with
So,
big thing, this creature. I don't know. While this is happening, Rahel and Trevellis, you see the creature sniffing at the ground where you killed the zombies or destroyed the zombies. More of this black ooze is just dripping out of its mouth as it looks up, and its little red eyes are just like scanning the area. Both of you give me stealth checks.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah, no.
Okay, you both try to duck back into the house, but it spots you, and it's a little bit of its flesh is drawn back from its teeth, and it just gives another, and then it goes, rears up its head and goes, yeah. The sound echoing down the hallway, the alleyways to both sides. You hear that as well, by the way, of course, Zarex and Bullbeard. And we are in initiative. We are starting with Bullbeard.
Okay. So, looking through the hole in the thatch on the top of the cottage, I can see the monster has obviously
no, you
spotted
can't.
my...
You can't see it. You can't see it. You know where it is, but it's, yeah, because you're sort of at the side of the building, and there's an alley moving past the building, but the creature is not in that alley. It's at the front of the building, and there's a corner of the house is in between you and it.
Okay. So I'd like to make a larger hole in the thatch and climb out onto the roof if I can. To
Yeah, you can.
where I can see it.
Give me an acrobatics check as you try to wiggle your way through.
Could I help him out?
Well, yeah, but that would be your action if you would. You can, but
So, oh no. 2 plus 4.
so you try to wiggle your way out, but you're stuck in the hole. It's not as big as you thought, and the thatch here seems to be more sturdy than you would have expected. So you're like, ugh. can't get out of the onto the roof.
Okay.
Xerax, your turn.
Alrighty. Is there? Excuse me. Is there like a window or something that's broken that I could look out of?
Yeah, but that's the window leads to the back, not to the front.
Alrighty. Well, he's going to try to make weasel his way up on the roof as well.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check. You have disadvantage because Bullbear's already trying it and is stuck. With 15 is still good enough, however. You use whatever, like a dagger or something, to cut open a new hole, and you push your form through elegantly and leap out onto the window. Onto the roof, I mean, sorry. Onto the thatch roof. And you are now standing there. All
right.
Go for it. Yeah, sure. You have I'd say that was your action, so you have movement and a bonus action.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. I'm going to use my movement to move up far enough so I can get the creature in sight.
Yeah.
And then
so you balance your way across the roof, and you're now at the front side of the house, looking down, and you see this creature basically looking up. So it does see you because it's barking or roaring or whatever you want to call it.
Alrighty. By chance, is there like a chimney or something that I could hide behind?
No, but you can drop down and sort of press yourself against the roof. However, the creature has already seen you, so a stealth check in this case wouldn't do too much.
Okay, then he'll just crouch down some and just watch for right now.
Okay, notch an arrow. All right, Rahal, your turn.
Right, how far away is this thing from me?
About maybe 15 feet or so. Not very far.
Right, I'm gonna hold on. I have to double check if hulking form, is that an action? Yes, it's an action. Okay, good. Right, I'm not gonna do that then. I'm just gonna run up to it and slash at it.
Okay, so you run out of the roof of the building.
Yeah.
And run at it with your greatsword out, slashing it down on it. You slash down with your first strike. The creature leaps to the side quicker than I would have expected. You see its muscles tensing because there's no skin, so you can see the muscles full on. You slash through the air. The second one, you backhand it this time. It hits it in the face, but it pulls down its head, and you hit one of the horns, and the blade is reflected. There is a stench about this thing that is disgusting. Like ancient rotted flesh and something else, something more sharp and pungent. Trevalis, your turn.
Would I, as a necromancer, be able to... would I have any knowledge of this creature?
You can give me an Arcana check if you wish.
All right, I would love to. 18.
Okay, you have heard of creatures kind of like this. They are usually called necrotic constructs or just abominations, depending who you speak to. They're not specifically like this, but this is basically a creature that has been hand carved by a necromancer. It is a creature that is consisting of body parts of different types of beings held together and given this new form of life by necromantic magic.
All right.
Some sort of mixture of different beasts, basically.
Let's see. In that case, I am going to cast Chilling Touch, and what you'll see is the hand that was banging on the door kind of shifts around, and all of a sudden, the rest of the there's dried blood everywhere, more and more dried blood until it becomes a much larger hand that's big enough to reach up and grab this thing by the throat. And so I'm just going to send this hand to grab it by the throat and kind of thrust its head up.
Right.
And I have to make a ranged attack.
Yeah, you do.
12 plus 2, 14.
Plus 2? Are you sure? That can't be right. It's a ranged spell attack, which means you add...
Oh, never mind. Plus 6. Sorry,
yeah,
18.
I thought so. Yeah, an 18 is a hit. Yeah, the hand pushes its fingers, its spectral fingers, into the creature, the side of the creature's neck muscles.
And 4 damage.
All right. And because it is an undead creature, it has some sort of disadvantage, right? With chill touch? Is that how it works?
Was it disadvantage or was it, I don't remember. Is it disadvantage?
There's some
advantage?
extra effect that chill touch has on undead creatures.
Oh, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against me on the next turn.
Oh, okay. Only against you. I see. It shakes its head, but you can see its flesh starting to sizzle where the spectral hand has clutched it. And it is now the creature's turn. It will leap up and jump at Rahil, trying to bear you down with its full weight of its body, its fangs going for your face. But you manage to bring your greatsword up like a barrier in between you and fix it there. And the teeth are just like snapping shut in front of your face. And you push it off. And you can see a little bit of that black slime that it's on its mouth comes spittling out and hits your clothing and start running down. And you can see these black marks, like a trail of slime left behind as these little black drops are now running down your armor.
Alex, if it's of any relevance at all, I have resistance, necrotic, and radiant damage.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
And we have a Bullbeard.
Okay, I'm going to continue to attempt to wriggle out onto the roof.
Go for it.
Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah, this time you
Okay,
made
13. Yeah, so I'm out on the roof.
Yep, you are.
Okay. Do I have enough movement left to get into a position where I can see the beast?
Yes, you do.
And I have 2 attacks. Have I used one to get out? Or
No,
can
that's
I
your
use
whole
the
action.
attack. Or...
Use up both of your attacks.
Okay, so I'm in a position where I can see the beast, and I'm going to get ready to
You
fire it
have
the
a
next
bonus
time I
action
can.
if you want to do anything with that.
No, not at the moment.
Okay, Zarex.
Thank you.
Alrighty, with the arrow knocked and ready, shooty shoot.
Okay. An arrow comes flying down.
There it is.
17 hits. And it is a sneak attack because Rahil is in close combat with this creature.
Alrighty. $13.
13 extra, nice. 21. Yeah, the arrow lodges itself into the spine of this thing, deep through the muscles, and is just stuck there. The creature just twitches once, doesn't show much pain. It is clearly not alive enough to feel pain. Anything else you'd like to do, Zarex?
For my bonus action, can I try and get into a hiding position?
You'd have to leap over to another rooftop. I mean, you can hide, but the creature would still know where you are because you're only on the same roof, basically.
Okay.
You'd have to jump over, which isn't too difficult because the rooftops are fairly close to each other. You'd have to leap over a small alley, basically, and then you could hide on a different rooftop to catch it from an unexpected angle, so to speak.
Alrighty, I'll go ahead and try and do that.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check. Or athletics if you prefer, but I'm guessing you're better at... Oh! Okay. Yeah, you jump, but your jump's not far enough. And you fall down into the alley. Luckily, it's only from the first floor. Give me another acrobatics check to see if you can half the damage that you take from this fall.
Ouch.
Yeah, you do half the damage, so you only take 3 damage instead of 6.
Where was that 22 when I first needed it?
Yeah, exactly. You leap and you're like, shit, as you push off, the roof, the thatch roof behind you crumbles and you don't get enough basically jumping force from it and you fall. You try to clutch at the roof, but you're not close enough and you fall into the alley. You land on your feet, however. You feel a sharp pain in your legs. Yeah, you're now on the side, Eileen. Landed there.
Rahyle. How many damage was that again?
That was 3 points.
Rules question here. If
Yeah.
I use my action for something other than attacking, and then use Infernal Blade to get the bonus attack, do I still get the Storm of Blades attack?
No, the Storm of Blades only works if you attack your action.
Attack, yeah. Just had to clarify that. Right, so then I'm just going to attack only.
But you can obviously still use the Infernal Blade if you...
Yeah, I know.
your bonus attack action. So what do you want to do?
I'm attacking it.
Just a straight up attack? And
I'm missing.
yeah, it leaps to the side.
And I'm attacking again. That, however, is not a miss.
Yeah, this time you miss it once, and then you, with an angry snarl, you lift your blade and bring it down with a diagonal strike that catches it in the side of the face, dealing 14 points of damage. Not bad.
15 points of damage.
Oh, 15. Yeah, sorry, I miscalculated that. You cut down over its jaw, rip off a part of it with your blade, and it hits the ground. You can see now more of this black slime is just like pouring forth through the massive hole in its jaw that you have cut with your blade. Is that your turn?
Yep.
All right, Trevalis. The creature is now looking quite rough. You can feel the necromantic energy within it basically shaking and starting to dissipate, as it cannot hold up with the amount of damage that this creature has taken.
Yeah, the hand kind of got thrown off, my floating, chilling touch hand kind of got thrown off to the side, and it, as you see, it kind of dissipates, the dried blood kind of cracks and flakes everywhere, but then it coalesces back together again, and it thrusts, now it's just like this big fist, and it just flies forward for the thing's head.
Coming straight into its face.
21.
That is a hit, oh yeah.
And then 2d8, that's not right. And it is 6 damage.
All right. The fist hits it straight in the face, reaching through its skull, basically, as it is a spectral hand of magic. The creature lets out a stumbles backwards, its hind legs shaking, and it nearly falls, but it is standing somehow still, despite all this. And it is now the creature's turn. It will open its mouth wide, and it will spew forth this black, basically flood of slime all over Rahyle. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
12.
That is exactly a success. However, you still take... okay, so you still take 24 points of necrotic damage, so 12 points of necrotic damage, 6 points of necrotic damage.
Right.
And
Well, that's significantly reduced.
Yeah, well, you have resisted necrotic damage, and you succeed the saving throw, so it's quartered as the black slime just runs down, and you can feel some sort of pain emanating from it into your flesh, but you are made of sterner stuff. However, you can also hear, while the creature is vomiting on you, you can hear more of these barking coughs coming from 2 different directions, as it seems like 2 more of those creatures are closing in on your position rapidly. Bullbeard. You are on the roof, and you can actually see about maybe 100 feet away a second one of these creatures rounding a corner, a little bigger than this one. And this one has what looks to be like basically it's like an iron plate attached to the back of its skull, protecting the back of its neck and shoulders. Like it's hammered into its flesh, basically. It comes around the corner, skittering around the corner, and starting to run in your direction.
Wonderful. So has it spotted me?
The new one, you're not sure. The old one hasn't, no.
Okay, so I'm going to shout a warning to my colleagues that it's time we got out of here. And then I'm going to fire my short bow towards the beast that has been attacking
The
my
wounded
companions.
one? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You shoot down from the rooftop, and the arrow just bounces off one of its bone plates.
Well, 6 plus 9, so
What,
11.
plus 9?
And then
Wow.
Yeah.
That is, however,
I've got 9.
that's a 15, which is still a miss, I'm afraid.
Okay, and I've got 2 attacks as a ranger.
Yeah, you do. You are level 6, so you can do one more attack.
Even
Yeah,
worse.
both of the arrows bounce off the like bone plates that it has on its back, protecting its muscles.
Okay, well, I'll just hope that they heard my cry of warning and we'll do something about it.
All right, Xerax.
All right, I'm seeing the ranger miss. Xerax laughs a little bit as he thinks to himself, "I'll show him how it's done."
So you run around the corner, and instantly shooting, you hit the creature in the back of the neck. The arrow comes all the way out the front, basically in its mouth, as Rahael sees the tip of the arrow appearing in the deep in the creature's jaws. Roll a sneak attack damage extra.
Ten.
This one is down. And it just falls over, instantly stops moving. Anything else you'd like to do, Xerax?
With his little bonus action, he is going to hide.
Go for it. Yeah, you retreat back into the alley.
Let's see where.
Rahal, your turn.
Right, and these things are running at me.
Well, you can hear one of them, well, 2 of them approaching. You haven't seen either. They're not like super close, but they will be there within the next maybe 10, 15 seconds from the sound of it.
And I can see where my companions are.
Well, you can see, yeah, you can see all of them pretty much. One of them's above you. Bullbeard is above you. Xerax is in an alleyway to your right, and Travalis is in the house to your left, where you came from.
Right. It doesn't seem like we're gonna be able to escape from these. So I'm gonna run as far as I can, not to dash action, and try and just hide behind something.
Okay, so you're not running into a building, or are you running into a building?
I'm running into the building with Ollie's character, Bullbeard.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So sure. Go for it.
Yeah.
So give me a stealth check. 14. All right.
Nope.
Travalis.
I would kind of, he would kind of just slink back into the shadows of the building he's in and kind of just wait there.
Okay. Do you want to still be able to see outside, or no?
Yes.
Okay, then give me.
I want to be further back, but deep in the shadows.
Yeah. Give me another stealth check, please.
Okay. Nat 20.
Nice. You are perfectly hidden. The darkest spot you can find. The creatures are coming closer, but not quite there yet. You can hear one of them's already very close. In fact, Bullbeard, you can see the creatures only about maybe 30 feet down the alley, running towards the corpse of this other creature that's underneath you. And there's another one coming from somewhere on your left, but you can't see it yet because it's like running through the back alleys, the little alleys that are not in view for you. It is your turn, Bullbeard. What do you want to do?
Okay, I'm going to pop over the ridge of the roof, so that I'm just peeking over the top.
Okay.
I want to stay hidden on the roof so that I can see them, but that most of my body's covered by the actual roof line.
So you're stealthing as well? Excellent. Go for it.
Yeah. 8 plus 7.
Okay, 15. Not bad.
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Xerax.
Alrighty. Are the other 2 creatures out in plain sight now?
No, you can hear the one to your right, just around the corner. It doesn't seem to be very far away from you. It's running down the hole, down the alley, but it's not inside yet. However, if you want to turn around, like look around the corner, you would probably be able to spot it. The other one, somewhere off to your left, a couple of houses away. You're not quite sure. You can hear it, but you don't know exactly where it is.
Okay. What I'm first going to do, I'm going to try and stealth my way into the closest building, which is probably the house right here. But
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you can do that easily. You already rolled stealth. You don't need to do it again.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, that was your bonus action and your movement. So you're just waiting as well?
Yep. I'm holding an action.
Okay, just what action are you holding?
My attack
Okay.
with the bow.
So you just draw your arrow back and waiting for the creature to appear in your line of sight. Excellent.
Yep.
Rahal.
Right. I think I'm just gonna hold my action, shoot a crossbow if I hear them getting close to me.
Okay. So you're also crouching down, holding your crossbow, getting ready. Travalis.
I would kind of quietly just thunk my staff on the floor, and then you'd see like three. No one would actually see it, but 3 black rivulets of the blood I just collected kind of coalesce and form in the air, and I'm gonna hold my magic missiles.
All right. Nice.
And wait.
Okay. The magic missiles are just like swirling around you, the blood missiles. Now, the first of the creatures bursts out into this little clearing, this little plaza where you killed the first one, and it's just this is the slightly larger one with like the metal plate at the back of its skull, but it hasn't spotted anyone. You can now, however, all see it. So Xerax and Rahal, who have both, well, actually, and Travalis, who has also held their action, you can all take your action if you want.
It's like standing outside the building, or
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. If it looks like it sees me.
No, it doesn't see you yet. It's looking around.
Okay, then I'm not gonna shoot.
Okay. Xerax? Okay, you have advantage, so that is a natural 20. As the arrow comes and hits the creature straight in the eye, piercing its eyeball from the side. That is, okay, I think you have to re-roll another, roll another d6. So roll your sneak attack damage plus another d6.
6, 10, 15, 18.
Not bad. The arrow takes the creature in the eye. It's stuck there. Travalis?
Seeing the arrow sink into its eye, I point my dagger, I point my staff, and 2 of the black missiles just launch through the window and hit for 6 damage.
Okay, total?
Yes.
Okay. It hits him in the side, opening up small wounds on the side of its bare muscles. Okay, that was your held action. We have Bullbeard. You can now see both of them. One of them straight underneath you. One of them's about 30 feet to the left, just exploded out of a small alleyway. The second one is slightly smaller and has these 2 jagged horns that's sort of facing forward from its forehead.
Okay, I think I'm going to take aim at the second one that's just appeared.
Right.
And attempt to shoot it. So
you have advantage on the attack because it has not seen you yet.
Okay, so the first attack is 18.
Yeah, hits definitely.
So that's a hits, and then I've got 2 attacks. So do you want me to do the second attack or the damage?
Just roll another attack. Yeah, it's easier to roll.
Okay, second attack 19. So both hits.
2 arrows fly through the air, sinking into the creature's flesh. Roll the damage.
Okay. So 6 on the first one.
Okay.
7 on the second.
All right.
So 13 altogether.
Yeah.
Then I've got my Colossus. Oh no, he's unhurt, isn't he? The first one.
Oh, yeah, the first one is unhurt. The second one, however, is not, and you can use Colossus Slayer on that one.
Yeah. So it's the first one I was aiming for. So he's taken 13 damage.
Yeah, 13 damage plus your Colossus Slayer.
That's it. That only counts if the creature's already below its maximum hit points.
Yeah, but the second attack, when the second attack hits it, it is below its maximum hit.
Oh, okay. No
I'm
problem.
pretty sure you
Okay.
can use it that way.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so that's a D8.
Yep.
And that's only 3 for that one.
Okay. 2 arrows sink into its side, one of in the shoulder, one in the ribs, and it just snaps at the one at the shoulder and just tears it out with its teeth. It looks up at you now. It has seen where the arrows are coming from.
I'm just gonna wave to it and blow it a kiss.
Okay. Xerix.
Okay, the area where the injured dog thing is, would you say it's brightly lit, dimly lit, or?
It's at the moment it is brightly lit. It's sort of a gray day, but it's still a day.
Okay. How about the area where Xerix is at right now in the alleyway? Same thing, or to be a little bit darker. Hey, Alex, I can't hear you.
Nope, you're quiet for me too.
Yeah, I've lost Alex as well.
Okay, I'm good. I thought it was my connection for a moment.
No,
Nope,
I
still
can
dead.
hear all you guys. I heard it.
What the fuck?
Okay.
It's just muted.
Try plugging and unplugging and plugging the microphone, maybe.
He'll be back in a minute. He's okay at this sort of thing.
Okay, which one of you casted silence on him?
Well, I'm not mage.
Still nothing.
Tribalist just kind of shrugs his shoulders and looks guilty.
Damn blood mages.
He'll be back.
Although I do have a little magic, but silence is the second level spell.
Hello?
I don't have that.
Still nothing?
Hey,
Hey!
No.
Hello!
we got you.
Okay, good. What the hell was that? I have no idea.
Yeah, that was really weird.
Okay.
There we go. We're all still here.
So where were we? Oh, Xerix, you want to do something? I think it was your turn.
Yeah, I was asking about the brightness in the alleyway. Would it still be
No, the
bright?
alleyway is dimly lit. It is in the shadow of 2 buildings.
Alrighty. Well, goody. Time for some more fun, shadowy stuff. Okay, I'm gonna use pull the shadows around me to cause it to go dark.
All right. So a 10-foot cube area around you is plunged into blackness as you draw the shadows in. And you just like the alley is just like black now all of a sudden, as if night had fallen suddenly.
Yeah, and I can, if I'm reading Black Gaze correctly, I can see through the darkness
Yes.
normally, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't have an issue at all. This is your, some would say, natural habitat. You're not bothered by this darkness at all.
All right, perfect. And from within the shadows?
In fact, you can see better. You have advantage on all your perception skills checks at the moment.
Nice. All righty, and I'm going to loose another arrow.
Sure, go for it. With advantage. $18 hits, yeah. This is, however, yeah, it's still a sneak attack because you have advantage. Yeah, of course.
Yep. So that'd be 9 extra damage.
Okay. Another arrow sinks into the creature's side. It looks around, looks into the darkness, but can't spot you because it's completely dark around you. Rahil.
Right, so the one that was standing outside, where is it?
It's still standing there. It now just has a bunch of arrows stuck in it.
And it's looking upright.
No, it's looking over to the darkened alleyway where Xerix is hiding.
Well, I'm gonna run right up to it and slash his face out.
Okay, it hears you coming, turns at the moment, just in the time to catch a blade that sinks into the flesh. Yep. 1 hit. And 2 hits.
Yep.
And the second blow just takes his head clean off before it can even do anything. It is just pushed down to the ground. Stops. The claws on the feet are just like extending and drawing back for a couple seconds, and then it stops moving completely.
And I'm back to 48 HP.
Yes, you draw again upon the necrotic energy, leaving it, turning it into life force. Travalis.
So the one that is still alive, is there anyone around it?
No, but you cannot see that one. That one's down the alley. The only one you could see has now just been decapitated.
All right. If I walk out of the house, would I be able to see it?
Yes.
So I walk out of the house and I point, and then more of the blood from the one that just died flies forward towards it, and I'm casting Acid Splash.
Nice. Okay. That's a dexterity saving throw, is it?
Yeah.
This time the creature fails.
Okay, so you take 9 damage.
All right. This creature, still staring up at Bullbeard, will take a running leap and leap up and basically leap up to the roof, catch its edge, and pull itself up onto the roof. And as it does so, it's only about 10 feet away from Bullbeard, and it will unleash this torrent of necrotic slime vomiting towards Bullbeard. Give me a Constitution saving throw, Bullbeard, please.
Okay.
That is a success.
Yeah, +2, 17.
Yeah, that is a success. However, you'd still take 10 points of necrotic damage as this slime hits you, and you could feel it sick. It's not so much a burning sensation as it is more of your body where the slime touches it all of a sudden feels cold, and you can feel the life basically being sucked from you by this slime that's hitting you.
Okay.
And the creature's now just snarling at you, standing up on the thatch roof, which is just barely holding its weight up. And it is your turn, Bullbeard. It's 10 feet away from you, right in front, basically in front of you.
Okay, I will charge at it and attack it with my rapier.
All right. Brandishing your rapier, you leap in, stab.
+7, so 18 + 7. That's
Hits, yeah.
The second one, 3 + 7.
That misses.
The second one misses. Okay. So it's a D8.
The armor, the bone armor, but the second one plunges into muscle.
Okay. So D8 damage is so 5 on the first one.
Yep, and that's it.
That's
it. You take Colossus.
Yeah, I've got my Colossus Slayer as well. And that is another 1d8, which is another 5, so 10 altogether.
All right.
10 damage.
Yeah, you jump in, your rapier pierces the side of its face, and you leap back out. It's standing. It's wounded, quite heavily wounded, but it's still standing, still staring at you. Xerix.
Alrighty, and is this other one with inside as well, or would I have to move?
Not where you are at the moment. You'd have to run around, but you could get into line of sight.
Alrighty. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move far enough so it can get into sight. Would I still be cloaked in the darkness?
No, the darkness is only 10 feet. You'd have to leave that.
Nope. Okay.
So you dash out onto the main alley. You see the creature up top facing Bullbeard. You shoot an arrow up without advantage this time, just a straight up roll. But you will get... Oh, no, you won't even get sneak attack this time. Oh, actually, yeah, you will. Nope. Sorry, Bullbeard is in melee range, of course. Okay, that's 4 damage plus the sneak attack.
6, 7.
All right, and with that, the arrow strikes the creature. Once again, you're aiming for an eye. It rears back and then falls off the roof and just hits the ground with a breaking of bones and then lies still.
Yeah, that's what you get for trying to mess with my people.
Okay, all the 3 creatures are dead.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to climb back inside and ask the halfling to follow me downstairs to join up with my companions.
Yeah, Nedek, as he steps out, you can see this dirty-looking, super nervous, pale halfling in these rough leathers with his dagger still in hand, like the leather cap on his face, a few black hairs sticking out. He's looking around, sees the creatures like, what are those? Are they disgusting?
I thought I smelled fear on the air. And I look right at him.
You destroyed them.
Well, it certainly wasn't you.
No, of course not. Not much of a fighter.
And then
Puts his dagger away.
just almost purposely keep to gross him out even a little bit more. I pop my rapier out of my staff, and then I walk up and I stick it into the thing to try to collect more blood.
What's he doing? What's he doing?
Never mind him. Who the fuck are you?
I'm just Nedek.
Right, Bullbeard, who the fuck is this?
Okay, so this little fellow here thinks he knows what's going on in this town. He seems to think the creatures are all assembling in the harbour master's office. That's where we might find our chest. He's offered to show us away if we keep him alive.
That's not what I said. The creatures, they're not assembling at the harbour master's office.
That's where you said the treasure may be.
Yeah.
The chest we're looking for.
Yeah, it could be. It could be at the harbour master's office. It could be at the guard tower. It could be fuck all anywhere. I don't know. That's just the 2 locations where I know that they might be keeping treasure. I don't know. I still don't know what you're looking for, other than that it came with a ship.
How long has it been
Nedek,
since
for
we
a
were
chest.
sent?
Your life depends on your answer right now. Tell us where it might be.
Well, I don't know. As I said, it might be. It might. That's the 2 places where they usually keep the town guard and the richer people keep treasures. And I guess it could be in one of the mansions too. I mean, they have vaults and stuff.
How long has it been since we were sent?
It's been about maybe an hour to like an hour and 15 minutes now.
Okay, Trivialist, well, with his back still turned. Okay, Trivialist with his back still turned, he takes and he puts some blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand. And he stands up and he walks over and looks the guy right in the eye with like this blood kind of on his face and goes, "Which one is it?"
Well, what?
Kind of just trying to freak him out and make him like, trying to make him pick one.
Which one? What? I don't.
Where would it be? Where is the best chance?
I don't know. We managed to make it into the harbour master's office once, a couple of months ago. There was a bunch of valuables there, but I didn't know anything about that chest. I only know that it came with a ship, and the ship was rumored to hold valuables. Some of my friends, they said they might want to go for it, but we didn't get the chance. The smoke appeared, and then the people went crazy and started killing each other. And I hid, and ever since then, there were all these zombies walking the streets, and these creatures, and worse. I don't know.
Right, can we please stop torturing this man who clearly doesn't know fuck all?
I do.
Well, let's dump him here and make our way to somewhere. Where do you want to head for? Harbour Master's office, one of the mansions, or what?
Let's
I like the
try.
idea.
Can I?
Let's start with our original plan. Get to a mansion, see what's around town.
You're not going to help me out get out of town? There might be some other survivors left.
Well, we're not here for the survivors.
Zarek points the opposite way from town. There you go. That's your way out.
Yeah.
I'll never make it.
Agreed.
There's all these creatures running around. Look at that.
And as he does so, he pulls the shadows around him to make it look like there's some shadowy tendrils coming out from under him.
He just runs off into an alleyway.
And as he does, he's like, he was of no use, and pulls an arrow and goes to shoot him in the back of the head.
Oh, shit. Go for it.
Oh, dear.
Yep, that's a hit. And because it was kind of unexpected, it is a sneak attack.
6, 12, 15 extra damage.
Okay. Just falls into the alley. You can just, hits the wall and lies still.
That's one for the zombies.
Now we got bait, guys.
So where are we heading for then? The Harbour Master's office or the mansion?
The mansion's on our way to the Harbour Master's office, right?
Let's take a look there then.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to go back into stealth mode and approach the nearest mansion.
Sure, certainly. You're only about maybe 200 yards or so away from the main mansion, so for the nearest mansion. So go for it. So all of you who want to stealth, give me a stealth check.
So 14 and 7, 21.
Yeah.
And before Zarek goes to stealth, he looks over at Travalis and says, "There's your more blood, friend."
There's a lot of blood coming out of the back of his skull. Where the
Travalis kind of looks at him and kind of with a look of revulsion and the poor, and kind of actually turns his back on blood.
Okay.
And I rolled a 22 for stealth.
Okay, you're all quite stealthy. Even Rahel.
Actually,
You're not wearing any armor that gives you disadvantage on stealth by any chance, by the way?
No, it's the chain shirts.
Okay.
Yeah, the scale mail has disadvantage.
Yeah.
Chain
Yeah, just check it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and actually before, he would kind of try to sneak off and maybe take a little bit. Even though he made a point that he wasn't happy that this guy got killed, he would still maybe take a little
so
bit.
you just sneak back, grab a little blood, and then follow the rest of you. A little, like now falling behind a little bit, but not far.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was mostly just trying to make a point that he wasn't amused by what just happened.
Right. I see. As you stealth down the alleyways, you see here and there, as you approach the center of town, there's single zombies just standing like on the road, just staring into nothing. You easily avoid them. They're not particularly perceptive. Once you see one of those carts moving towards the central plaza, high up, heaped up with about maybe 15 or so bodies, 2 zombies at the back pushing, and 2 of those hooded figures at the front pulling. That might even be the same cart that you saw like half an hour or 45 minutes ago in one of the back alleys. Now only heaped up with more bodies. You wait until the cart has passed by and then sort of follow in its wake. And you reach the central plaza where you can see there is a nice little fountain showing a knight that holds his sword high and what looks to be 2 retainers holding out like one of them a shield, and the other one looks to be a crown towards the knight. They're all made, well, obviously statues, stone statues. There's water still bubbling in the fountain, but you can see now that the water is mixed in with a lot of dried blood. So the water is like this brownish color. There's no dead bodies in the plaza, but there clearly was once quite a lot of them.
By chance, do we see the chest we're looking for?
No, there is no chests here. However, there is the cart that is moving across the central plaza, and it is going for one of the mansions, what looks to be the largest one. It has a red shingle roof, a very large building for 4 stories, and a little tower that like comes out of the stone at one side, peeking up, and you can see there's a little bit of a garden around the mansion itself, and a door to the of the fence itself that surrounds the garden. The fence is made of stone with these simple iron like spikes, not particularly sharp, reaching out. The fence is maybe about 6.5, 7 feet high. The gate of the fence, however, stands open. There is but a single zombie standing there, staring into nothing, and it doesn't react as the cart makes its way past into the garden. And you can see the 4 members of the cart team start unloading the dead and slowly carrying them into the house through a very opulent-looking wooden door that stands wide open.
All right. Well, that looks like the building we might want to have a look inside. Should we see if there's a back entrance?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we scout around the back of the building?
Certainly, yeah. You approach the building from the back, and you can see there is no backward entrance as such into the garden, but there is what looks to be a glass door at the back of the house. And you'd have to climb the fence, but that's not very hard to do. As I said, the fence isn't very high. There is a little bit of a pond in the back and a couple of trees and bushes. And as I said, a glass door with heavy curtains behind it, so you cannot actually see into the building.
Okay.
Trivolus looks at Bullard and kind of goes, "Well, go on then."
Perhaps we can break the glass door and see if anyone appears there and see what happens.
Well, no, don't break the door.
Let's not make sound.
No? Okay. How do you want to approach it then?
So this door is the only door we found, or?
No, there isn't a front door, obviously, but that's the
Oh,
only
yeah.
door at the back.
Right.
Well, maybe instead of breaking, let's try opening the door.
Do you want to go into the garden, round the pond, and open the door?
Well, I don't want to. I think you should.
Varric shakes his head at everyone as he goes stealthing off towards the door.
Okay. Yeah, you see Xerix sneaking up and easily making his way over the fence, now like disappearing amongst the bushes in the garden and the back of the house.
Can I sense any magic in this house?
Give me an Arcana check.
Critical fail.
No. There is a lot of magic all around you, this necrotic, lingering energy from all the deaths that have happened here within the last couple days. There's nothing, you can't pierce it really. It's just like a shroud across the whole town.
I'm going to jump over and join my companion, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same.
Yeah, sure. Well,
Trivalis,
whoever wants to climb over the fence, give me a stealth check.
Okay. So
No.
I've got 18.
Okay. Yeah,
Nat 20.
Bullbeard is fine, and Trivalis is also very fine. Rahyle, however, as he leaps over, one part of his armor catches the top of one of those like iron spikes that are protruding out, and he just like, without even thinking, grabs it and sort of rips itself off and actually twists the iron spike. They're fairly thin a little bit, and you can hear this sound as it's twisted. And he lands on the ground. It wasn't super loud as such, but it wasn't particularly stealthy. However, there does not seem to be any reaction to it.
Okay.
I look at him and go, "I thought you said be quiet."
Shut the fuck up.
Before we go in the house, I'm just going to drink one of my potions that I bought just to boost my health back up.
Is it a healing potion? Yeah. Okay, you chug a potion real quick while the rest is bickering.
How many health points is that?
2d4 plus 2.
2d4.
As they're doing that, Varix is going to peek in and look inside.
Through the glass door, you mean?
Yep.
Okay. There is a curtain, a heavy curtain, just on the other side of the door, so you can't really see much, I'm afraid.
Could I use sleight of hand to move it some?
You can try to sort of. The door itself is closed. It's like a double door, but you can see there's a little bit of space in the center. You could try to fit in a blade, like a dagger or something, and open the door from inside, lift the latch, basically.
Okay.
You can give me that would be a sleight of hand check. Yeah, easily. You just pull out a dagger, and within like 2 seconds, the door is open. You give it a slight push, and it opens inward without any noise, just a little bit. And you can, as you open it, instantly you're hit with the smell of decay coming from inside of this house. Stronger than outside, by far.
Yeah, once the smell hits Zarek, he just quickly turns his head, trying to gasp for some better smelling air.
Okay.
Smells like a kraken's den in there.
Trivalus just walks in completely unfazed by the smell.
Okay, so you push open the glass door, parting the curtains, and step in what looks to be a dining room. Quite fancy, actually. There is a large table holding about at least 15, or can hold at least about 15 people or so. There's fancy glass dining ware on the table, a few silver spoons and forks and such. And there is 2 dead bodies, richly dressed men, on the ground. And they look like their bodies are slightly swollen, and one of their hands is around the other's neck. And both their tongues are actually protruding, swollen out of their mouths. And they're just on the ground.
Okay.
Their clothing is very fine.
I'll follow him into the room. Is there anything that looks like the chest that we're looking for in the room?
Not that you can see. There's a bunch of fancy furniture, and as I said, silverware and glassware, and the 2 bodies, and the 2 more, well, 1 door and an opening that seems to be leading into it's like a foyer area.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow them inside as well.
Okay.
So I'll move up to the door, put my ear against it, and see if I can hear anybody out in the foyer.
No, the foyer doesn't have a door. It's just a doorway leading into the foyer. There's a door on the other side of the room.
Okay. So if I can make my way up towards the foyer and just try to sort of stay in stealthily, see if I can ascertain whether there's anybody in the foyer or in that area.
You listen, and you do hear a voice coming from somewhere further away, slightly muffled. You cannot, it's a male voice. You cannot quite make out what he's saying, but it seems to be coming from upstairs, you'd say. You also hear footsteps duck behind. You can see 2 zombies coming down the steps and walking out the front door, which stands open and is also in the foyer, obviously.
So sounds like we want to go upstairs then at some point. And the other door in the room, is there any noise coming from behind that?
Not that you can tell, no.
Okay. So the zombies have now left the foyer and gone back out the front door, is that correct?
Indeed.
Okay. So make my way stealthily into the foyer, I guess.
Yeah.
And I shall wait and see what the others do.
Okay. So the rest of you guys, you see Bullbeard waiting for the zombies to pass out, and then pass back out, and then sneaking into the foyer.
Xerix will go ahead and follow, and as he starts slowly walking, he's grabbing one of his arrows and knocking it.
Okay.
Trivalus takes a second to kind of inspect the corpses and shakes his head slightly, realizing that there's nothing he can get from them, and then gets up right behind him.
Oh, there's a couple rings and bracelets and such made of silver and gold that are on their bodies. but there's no blood, no flowing blood.
I'm
That's all
gonna
he's
follow
interested.
last.
Okay, so you're now all in the foyer.
Okay, I'm going to start to try and creep up the stairs very stealthily. And if I hear anything or see anything, I'm going to freeze on the stairs, trying to stay hidden.
Okay, give me a stealth check. There's a lot of dry blood on the stairs, and you can even see like a couple of... No, that was a healing potion. Are you drinking another healing potion, or did you just misroll?
Oh, misrolled, sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
you can see even like
+7, yeah, 20.
Yep, that's fine. As you sneak up the stairs, you step through puddles of dried blood and several body parts, like pieces of flesh, just lying on the stairs. It's quite a grotesque view, and there's the stench of decay definitely coming from upstairs. It increases as you're making your way up the stairs.
Okay.
Up there, you see there is a room, sort of a gallery, and then there's several doors, and one of those doors is like a large double door that stands open, and you can see one of those hooded figures with the brown cloak with the hood standing there, although the hood is down, and you can see this pale face of a dead creature with these tattoo-like red markings coming down from his forehead over its the sides of his cheeks, and you can see the two large clawed hands hanging out, held at its sides, hanging out of robes. It's just standing in the doorway. And you can hear shuffling noise coming from within it, and then a voice saying, "Hand me that. Shift him a little further to the left. No, that way. Yes, just like that. And that one, I want his leg facing this way, so we can attach it later. Yes. And that one over there as well. Now, Ambriel, be a dear and lift those three up at the top. Twist this one's head off. Place it over all the way up top. Yes. Excellent. You hear some heavy footsteps as well from the room, and then some sort of cracking and breaking sounds that sounds terribly disgusting, as if a limb is being torn off.
Okay. Does there look like there's any sort of side rooms or anywhere that I can duck into to stay hidden?
There is. Well, if you approach the main door, you are fairly likely to be spotted unless you are very stealthy. However, there is 3 more doors, 2 to your right and 1 across the hallway past the double door to your left.
Okay, I'd like to duck into one of those side rooms in the hope that my companions are following me up the stairs.
Yeah, you open up one of the side rooms. Which one do you want to get to, the left or the right room?
I'll take the one on the right.
Okay. Opening it up, it seems like some sort of guest bedroom, basically. It's look like it hasn't been used in a while. It's empty.
So I'd like to duck into there in the hope that my companions have seen where I've gone to and that they'll join me in a second.
Yeah, your companions are, for now, still in the foyer.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do the rest of you guys want to do?
Well, I imagine we follow him.
Okay, stealthing up the stairs. Who wants to go first? Okay, Zarek seems to be wanting to go first.
Oh, God.
As he does so, he reaches the top of the stairs without any incident, but then he actually steps on what looks to be parts of a rib cage that are just lying there on the ground, and the ribs snap under his foot because his attention was on the zombie with the clawed hands standing in a doorway. And as he steps on it, he's like, "Oh shit, that was embarrassing." And then you can see the face, the bloodless face of the clawed creature just turning and looking straight at you.
I'm here to see your master.
The creature's staring at you, but as your voice rings out, you hear a voice answering saying, "We have a visitor. Unexpected. Ambriel, please escort him. I would like to meet anyone brave enough to enter this house." You hear heavy footsteps, and then the zombie moves out of the way, as if by an unspoken command, and then a very large creature ducks under the doorway and then enters this gallery area where you're standing. The creature is about maybe 8 feet tall, large, lumbering, with some muscles exposed, but also this purplish skin attached. And it has these wicked bone and metal plates inlaid into its form. This creature looks like it once was like maybe an ogre or a Goliath or something along those lines, but it has been heavily modified. Most of its head is hidden between bone, like behind bone plates that are just protruding from its skin. However, there's one eye that is free and glimmering with this yellowish light that is now staring at you, Zerax. In one hand, it is holding a massive blade, nearly as big as you are, just basically dragging it behind it along the ground. The other hand is holding it, the other hand is held up, and you see these weird chains that are wrapped around the second hand and the second arm with these hooked blades, small hooked blades protruding from these multiple chains. And as it is moving towards you, dragging the blade behind it, leaving basically like a deep cut into the wooden floor, it's staring at you with this one eye. And it stops, and then it gives you a look, and then does this, looking back at the entrance behind it.
And Zarek smiles, and as he does, the area where rest of his companions are down. Is it pretty bright with light, or is it dim?
No, the foyer area where Rehail and Trivalis is standing is dim light at best. There's a little bit of sunlight, grayish. I mean, it's a fairly gray day. A little bit of sunlight coming in through the windows, but it's dim light.
Okay. As he Zarek goes in towards this monstrosity's master, he puts his hand back behind him, gives everyone else a signal, saying, pretty much telling them to hold still, and he covers them in darkness.
Okay, so you just sort of do this behind your back, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Everything goes black. Rehail and Trivalis, you can't see shit. It's pitch black around you.
Should have fucking taken Devil's Sight.
You caught a brief glimpse of this creature, just like a second or so before everything went black around you. Bullbeard, you see this creature as you're peeking out through the door that you opened up a little bit down the hallway, basically.
Okay.
And then you see Zarex following the creature and walking past that one zombie, and the creature following behind him, the large thing, and entering, ducking under the doorway and entering the room behind it.
And
Okay, I'll hold fast for a minute.
And once Zarex and the creature are inside the room, he makes everything back to normal. He was just doing it to give them some coverage.
All right.
So they want to be safe.
All right. And the darkness disappears just a couple seconds later. Now, what does the rest of you want to do?
Wasn't there a normal zombie as well?
Yeah, there is one of those clawed zombies was standing in the. That's probably. I mean, you don't know that because you haven't seen the top really.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just like peek around as sneakily as I can.
Okay, give me a sneaker check. You have advantage because Zarex is basically covering you with his voice and such.
18.
18, yeah. You sneak up the stairs and catch sight of that zombie still standing there in the doorway, and you duck back under.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay. Just crouching on the stairs now, but halfway up, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about Trivalis?
He's kind of just blown away the stuff in his face, and then he kind of just he would just shake his head and wait to see what happens.
So you're still in the foyer.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he would keep an eye on the he's kind of ready to be able to draw back if he sees anything coming through the front door.
Okay. I mean, you could very easily close the front door. It's a large, fairly sturdy-looking door.
When I look at it, does it look like it would be quiet about it, or?
Hard to say. I mean, fairly rich people usually keep their doors well oiled. It might be a little noisy, but not like super noisy, unless you want to clash it shut.
He quietly closes it.
Okay.
Or attempts to.
And yeah, you can easily close the door, and you can see there is a key is still stuck in the door, in the lock, on the inside.
He'll get the lock.
Okay.
Actually, he's going to use Mage Hand to do this. He's going to kind of push it with a small hand and then lock it, keeping himself in where he is.
Okay. Key turns in the lock. Okay. In the meantime.
And then he pulls the key. He pulls the key out with the hand, and it draws back, and he puts it in his cloak.
Okay. In the meantime, Bullbeard, are you staying where you are?
Yeah, I'm going to heed the signal and sit tight where I am at the moment and just listen to what's going on.
So, Xerxes, you enter a large room. Was once maybe some sort of ballroom or dancing room or something like that, because it's nearly completely empty and the floor is highly polished dark wood. And now there is what looks to be a double doorway that leads out to some sort of balcony overlooking the back of the house. However, the curtains are drawn closed. The room has a fairly high ceiling, about maybe 15 foot or so high, and you can see most of the room is filled with dead bodies. There must be like over 100 dead bodies in there. So the stench is not particularly pleasant. They're just piled up in these weird poses. It's like there's someone's trying to make some sort of artwork, basically, with the shapes of these dead bodies. Some of them are just piled up in heaps, but others are carefully arranged on top of each other, making small pyramids or longish shapes. And you can see there is except for the large lumbering creature behind you and the one clawed zombie in the doorway, there is one more of those clawed zombies basically moving around corpses. As you enter, he's dragging a corpse over and adjusts it and puts it onto another corpse, adjusts one of its arms slowly. And you can see a third man, or humanoid as such, in the room. This one turns towards you as you enter. And you can see this one is red-skinned, white-eyed, with a bright smile that he gives you, two curly, devilish horns protruding from his forehead. At first you think it is a tiefling, but no tiefling you have ever seen has had a tail and two bat-like wings on its back. The creature is dressed in what looks to be very finely wrought leather armor and is clutching a long spear-like weapon with like a curved sword blade on top in one hand, just gently holding it. And it turns towards you as you enter, and you hear the voice that you've heard before again, saying, "Ah, welcome. You do not look like you are a local. My friend, what brings you here in this desolate, God's forsaken place of the world?"
I ain't gonna lie to you. The name's Xerxes the Bloody. I doubt you heard of me, but if you have, you have. If you haven't, I could care less. I'm here looking for a chest that came in on a riverboat a couple days ago. By chance, you know where it is at?
A chest. He points to a corner, and you can see amongst the bodies that are lying there, there is indeed a chest standing there, a large chest made of this slightly green-tinged metal, covered in what looks to be circular symbols. Are you speaking of this? A treasure hunter, are you then?
You could say that. But and
Send you, treasure hunter.
some crazy old wizard that kind of crap. He'll probably kill me for saying this, but he crazy. He put some stupid death curse on me, so I'm here to fetch this for him and eventually get the curse off.
Sounds particularly unpleasant. Well, you know how wizards are. Always so secure in their superiority. Always so eager to force others to do their bidding.
So very true. I'd rather stick to the shadows where I call home.
I see. Well, I can understand that instinct all too well. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Exra, of this third circle. I have the honor of being, well, you probably could say the current mayor by default of this very pretty town of Tarenfort.
As this person's I'm talking, he looks around and smiles and says, "Love what you've done with the place."
Well, this is just the beginning. We are crafting a unique opportunity here. My superiors have tasked me with some new experiments, and I have found this place quite to my liking. The locals were very eager to please and to submit themselves to my research. This, forgive me my lack of manners, is my companion and compatriot. His name is Ambriel. The large creature just stares at you with his one yellow eye. He doesn't speak much. I am afraid his social graces are rather lacking, but he makes it up in other ways. You can see the lizard-like tail of the creature just like moving behind it, left, right, like a cat in a way.
Zarek looks at Ambriel and says, "Ooh, I can imagine."
Yes, well,
looks like there's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a whole lot of oomph.
Oh, he has been very helpful. I have not crafted one of his liking myself quite yet, but I am eager once I am advanced with this little task here completed in a day or two, that my betters will see my true worth and will advance me maybe to the second circle and will allow me to attempt crafting companions like Ambriel for myself. His elegance of form is somewhat lacking. I am certain, although far it will be from me to criticize my betters, that his form can be somewhat refined without compromising the integrity of his skills.
Varix nods and says, "I don't have much time, so I'm going to get straight to the point. I want the chest."
Oh,
you give me the chest, and I'll just leave, let you do your bidding. And by the way, and he then tells the this wizard guy thing about the halfling's body that's just lying in the in one of the alleyways.
Oh, we have no lack of bodies, I assure you. Maybe another dozen or two will complete my art here, and I will be able to finally concentrate myself on the actual, well, the actual craft. I am eager to see how much energy I can wring out of these, well, these, my hosts, as such, if you so will. However, giving you the chest is out of the question. I'm afraid my superiors insist that I secure it. I mean, it is one of the main reasons why they have sent me to this place. Everything else has been artistic freedom of expression as such.
He
Can the rest
smiles.
of us hear this?
Yeah, you can hear that. Yeah, he doesn't. They're not trying to speak quietly or anything, and you're not that far away, just down the corridor or down the stairs, basically. It's a
Okay.
little muffled,
Yeah.
but you can make out the words. Yeah,
So I'd like to run up and knock on the door and then duck back into where I was hiding.
there's a zombie standing there. It would see you.
Oh,
if you
so
run
gone
up.
into the room.
No. There's one zombie with its clawed hands and its brown robe still
thought it-
standing in the doorway.
I thought he'd gone into the room as well.
No, there isn't. Well, there's a second zombie in the room, but you don't obviously know that.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll stay.
So, would I, with my dabblings in the blood magics, have heard of either Exra or of his order? Or would I know a decent amount about them? Would I have any personal workings with him, maybe?
No, his name would not be familiar to you. You have heard of the Black Hand, which is basically an organization, as Velros the Arcane has told you, of magic users. No one really knows who's like at the top of it, but they have been definitely involved in some extremely shady, if you want to put it carefully, dealings over the last couple of years. They are an organization whose name has become quite feared all over the kingdom. Extra seems to be one of their agents. And he's definitely attempting some sort of necromantic ritual here. You're not quite sure what.
I would actually walk up the stairs and just walk right in, or attempt to walk into the room.
Okay. The zombie turns towards you as soon as you walk past Rahel and raises his hands and comes towards you in a threatening manner.
I put my hand up and I say, stop. And I just say it in a very loud voice, attempting to gain his attention. Gain Exra's attention.
The zombie stops indeed. Extra looks away from Xerax now and says, have you brought anyone else to this gathering?
And I would shout before he could answer. I say, just me. And I'd walk right up and look this zombie in the eye.
The zombie is looking at you with this dead stare. And then you hear the voice saying, another guest is always welcome. Please escort him into my presence. And the zombie sort of steps to the side.
And I walk in.
Okay, the zombie now following you in. And now still standing in the doorway, but now facing away, like into the room, facing into the room. And you also see this whole scenery in front of you. Oh, another guest. Welcome, human. I greet you. Are you?
I take a bow with my staff, and you can actually see now in my staff, it's a black staff, and you actually see little red tracks going down that when you look closely, you realize that it's blood, and they almost look like veins running up and down the staff and up to the top of the arcane focus, which has this just a holding of blood. And I bow and I say, Trevelus, at your service, sir. I have heard much about you and your Black Hand. I'm impressed.
No. He looks you over and says, you seem to be sharing some of my interests, if I am not mistaken.
Perhaps a different form of the art, I must say. I look over at the mass of just bodies laying around. I do not have the skill required to perform such art. I only focus myself and I raise my staff with things that I can personally manage, such as what you see before you.
Right. A wise, although somewhat uninspired way of dealing with the arts. But still, much better than those bores of the academies.
I believe we can agree on. And I give a little smirk.
Now, the two of you, I assume you're also here because of the chest. the trove of Jelavan, as it were?
Yes.
Well, I can always only tell you what I have told your friend here. I'm afraid I mean, believe me, if it was up to me, I would not be very interested in his chest and whatever it holds, but my superiors have insisted, and if I have any hope of advancement, I have to follow their instructions. Now, I suggest you return to this wizard that has sent you, and tell him that you were unable to acquire his price. Is it such?
And what if I told you I had something of equal exchange? I'm sure you've heard of this wizard. Oh god, what's his name? Velros. I'm sure you've heard of this man, Velros.
Velros the Arcane. Of course I have
Indeed.
heard that name. You feel, as you say that, you feel a trickle of warmth running over your chest.
Then I slide, and this is only if you're okay with this, I slide a vial out of my sleeve, and it holds something red. And I look at him, and I can't say anymore because I don't want Velros to realize, and I'm not looking at it in case he can see it through me. And I kind of just go, an equal exchange.
Now, what would that be?
I just shake it. What you see before you.
I'm afraid I do not quite follow. Why? I mean, you'd have to explain yourself, friend. And also, whatever it is in this vial, I doubt that it would be of greater interest to my masters than to my superiors. Then, well, whatever is in that chest, which I honestly don't really know, but I follow my instructions as I say, and my instructions do not they do not include a exchange of goods, I'm afraid.
Let's just say I've had many interactions, and at interactions I shake the bottle again with Velros.
I see. You tempt me.
But I can say no more for obvious reasons.
I understand. I have a better idea. You can see this wide, wicked grin appear on his face. I will keep the treasure, and I will bring 2 prices to my employers, therefore leading to an even faster advancement. Now, there is no reason for this to turn ugly. Hand over the vial, and you can hear footsteps behind you, and gazing over your shoulder, you see the large form of Ambriel that has stepped right up behind you, basically. His chest is like, or his stomach really is about as high as the back of your head, and it's only like a foot behind you. Basically, this mountain of undead flesh just towering above you. Now you hand over the vial, and you leave. And we all go our separate ways, happy. Well, let us call it content. I continue my work. You continue yours.
I want to make sure I can do this before I do it. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Being newer and all.
The creature, Extra, is now sort of crouched down a little bit, and you can see its tail just flicking behind it, and the wings that he has sort of furled around his back are slowly starting to stretch out, as if he's trying to basically appear larger to intimidate you, as the wings are slowly starting to unfurl behind him.
Is there, I could have sworn, is there a way of sculpting spells around people I don't want to hit?
That only works if
Oh, that's evocation. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, and evocation wizard. Yeah, evocation wizard has the same thing. Yeah.
Well, I flick with I flick with my hand, and the vial just shoots right back up into my sleeve.
Okay.
I go, I guess I'm going to take both, and I immediately stomp my staff on the ground, and I'm going to cast Cloud of Daggers.
Give me a dexterity check to see if you can, because as soon as you start casting, Ambriel will swing at you with his massive sword. So give me a dexterity check to see if you're actually capable of reacting faster.
21.
Ooh, I have a 20. So yeah, you are able to
Cool.
act just that split second faster and get your spell off. So you casting Cloud of Daggers where?
I'm actually casting it on the guy behind me.
So Ambriel,
Kind of.
So you,
Yeah, and the big guy.
yeah, the
And you'll actually
creature. Sure.
What happens is all of a sudden this blood starts coming out of this massive contraption, or this massive thing that he's been building, and just starts spinning around the room.
All right. So and then it coalesces around Ambriel, and the blood forms these red spikes that are starting to slash into him. I think a Cloud of Daggers deals damage at the start of his turn, right?
Once when I cast it, or when it enters the area for the first time, which is when I cast it,
All
and
right.
then each turn.
Right. Okay. Then roll me damage
Okay.
as we are entering combat.
I am going to cast it at second level. And, oh, that's not good.
All right.
2 and 4, so 6.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't seem particularly impressed, as a little bit of blackish ichor starts dripping out of his wounds. But as I said, this large creature is not particularly impressed. Okay, and now we are in combat. That was the surprise round, as it were. And we are starting with Ambriel, who is all the way up at the top, because as this creature proves faster than you would have expected. This blade lifts up and comes smacking down upon Trevalis. And that was the blade, the great sword, strikes down at you, dealing 16 points of slashing damage.
Oh shit.
Is a Cloud of Daggers a concentration spell?
Yes, it is. Is it? Yes.
Okay, then give me a concentration check. Oh, and also he takes damage from Cloud of Daggers at the start of his turn.
Yeah, so I didn't think to roll that. Sorry.
That's okay.
So 5. 10. He takes 10 that time.
Is that automatic, or does he have to roll against it? No, he's just automatic.
Nope,
Okay.
he takes it automatically.
Yep.
Yep.
But
all right, rolling. 13. What is a concentration check? It's
so you took 16 points of damage, so it's a DC 10.
DC 10. Okay, I got 13.
Okay, the Cloud of Daggers is still there. However, Ambriel will now move out of it, basically pushing you away and taking your spot. As the same time as he's doing that, his left hand will reach out and the chains start moving as if they have a life on their own, and the chains will lash out towards Xerax, like snakes darting over the 10 feet towards Xerax and then trying to wrap around him. Xerax, you're not fast enough. You're like trying to leap backwards, but the chains wrapped around one of your arms. The blades attached to them, cutting into your flesh and skin, and you take 10 points of slashing damage, and you are grappled.
All right. Is it possible to use Uncanny Dodge on this?
No, you can. You should be able to.
Alrighty, let's see.
When you see the attack coming, you're not completely surprised because there's already been a tension in the room. So you can half it to 5 points. However, you are still grappled. And that was Ambriel's turn. Bullbeard, you hear now fighting starting, basically. And spells being cast.
Okay. I'd like to attempt to... there's still a zombie outside guarding the door,
Yeah,
I believe.
indeed, there is.
So
It's
I'd like
not
to
looking
try
your
and
way,
throw-
though. You can just see the back of it, basically.
Okay. I'd like to try and throw him off the balcony if possible.
Oh, yeah, you can do
That,
that. Yeah,
so-
you can do that. You run
So
up,
he lands down in the corridor.
grab him. So give me a grapple check.
Okay. Strength, is it?
It is an athletics check.
Okay.
You have advantage because he's surprised. He has not expected an attack from this direction.
Okay, so I got +4 on it as well.
11, yeah, okay.
And second one, 9. And so, yeah, 13.
That is enough. Yeah, you grab him, you pull him, and then you fling him. Well, you can push him out a window, or you can push him down the, basically into the foyer.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do, is throw him over the balcony into the foyer.
Okay.
If possible.
Giving a push. And he just hits the edge and goes over. He's not very dexterous person, and just hits the foyer downstairs. Jake,
Rachel's still down there, I believe.
No, he's on the stairs. So the creature flies past him, hitting the foyer below, and takes 3 points of damage. Not particularly much. But...
Okay. If I've got enough movement left.
No, that's all your movement.
Okay, that's it then.
That's your action and your movement. And yeah, you have a bonus action. That's the only thing you have left.
Okay, no, that's my turn done then.
Okay, Xerax.
Alrighty. Since I have the chains wrapped around my arm, I'm unable to use my bow. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I guess he'll use his bonus action to drop his bow. And to grab his
You don't need a bonus action to do that. You can just do that for free.
Oh no. Okay. He drops his bow and grabs his short sword.
Okay.
And he goes. Is it possible to try and run up this construct and stab him in the face?
You can certainly. Yeah. I mean, you are. Yeah, you can run towards him. You just can't run away from him because the chains are attached to you. Give me an acrobatics check. 13. You try to leap up onto his back, but he gives a short tug with the chains, and you nearly fall. You can't quite manage to get there, but you can still attack him. You still have one attack that you can do.
Alrighty.
$18. Yeah, that is just barely enough. You find a small spot within his plates, his bone plates, and push the tip of your dagger in there. And it is a sneak attack because Trivalis is standing right in front of the creature.
Okay. And that's 2, 4, 5 extra damage.
Okay. So that's 9 in total. Okay. Extra now will say, "You shouldn't have done that, wizard." And will reach out one hand and shoot 2 rays of fire at Trivalis. One Trivalis sees coming and leaps to the side. The fire ray flies past him. The second one hits Trivalis in the side, however, burning his skin and dealing 9 points of fire damage. Julian, you got that?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, excellent.
My mic was muted.
And
I took 16 the last time, right? I forgot to write
you
that
took
down.
16, yes.
Okay.
16 and 9, and also another concentration check, please, for your cloud of daggers.
Is anyone in it at this
No.
point? I actually probably would have let it go.
Okay.
Is that possible to let it go
Yeah,
after
sure.
he?
Sure, you can drop it. Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can fail the check intentionally, sort of.
I got a 2 anyway, so yeah.
Okay. Rehail, your turn.
So this guy that flew over my head was just
Well, not over your
guy.
head, but sort of past you on the left.
The normal guy with the spiky hands, right?
Yeah, that was one of the claw hands. Yeah.
I'm gonna run straight past him and activate the hulking form, as I do.
So you're running into the room
Yeah, I'm just gonna barrel through the whatever's in front of me.
through the gate. There's no one in front of you.
Right, into the room that.
Okay, so you guys see Rehail jumping into the room, and then his muscles are starting to swell, and he's starting to grow by a good 2 or 3 feet as he's just growing and bulging out, and you can see the veins now pushing in through, and the muscles threatening to basically burst his armor apart. and he's standing there in the
And,
doorway.
is there anything in range of me?
You could move into close combat with the large Ambriel, the large construct.
Right, I'm gonna do that and spend the points to attack him.
Okay, so you're using 1 control point.
And
You're
adding
using
a
bonus attack action. Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so that was
8.
Infernal Blade. You swing down on his back, but your blade just bounces off the bone plates protecting his flesh. He swivels around, his eye focusing on you now. You're nearly as big as him, yeah. Like your face is like up to his chin, basically, at the moment. That was Rahal's turn. Travalis, your turn.
Okay. So there is Exra, the big guy, one guy down in the foyer.
Yeah.
And then there's another one
Yeah,
still,
there's
right?
one more of those cold zombies standing in a corner. Hasn't acted so far.
Okay. And he's in the room, right?
Yeah, he's in the room. Yeah.
He's in the room. Okay. I'm going to shift back towards there's windows and no, it's a big dance floor. Never mind.
There is windows. Yeah, there's
okay,
windows, but they're like on the opposite side of the room, so I like maybe 40 feet away from you.
I'm going to start heading towards the windows, and I'm going to look at him and say, "No, you shouldn't have done that."
If you move away, the large construct will take an attack of opportunity against you. I don't know if you want that.
I'm actually going to. Would I be able to? I'm trying to forget. I had a plan. Where'd it go? I'm going to cast. What was it called? Crown of Madness on it.
All right. Give me
on the big guy.
Okay.
And I kind of look at him and I go, "No, you shouldn't have done that." And you see the black blood from the original husks we fought.
Give me a quick Arcana check.
Yeah, it is 18. 23.
Okay. You realize that this creature is probably immune to Crown of Madness because it is an undead. An undead cannot be charmed.
Oh, I thought it could. Oops. I apologize. I totally thought he could be charmed still.
Nope. Not enough brain to affect it, I'm afraid.
Then in that case, I would. Did I already cast it then?
No, you didn't. You wanted to cast it and realized in the last moment, because you're a wizard, you would have that sort of knowledge, that this won't do anything. So you could cast a different spell if you want to.
Okay, I would instead then cast Magic Missile as a 3rd level spell, and I just thunk my staff on the ground and launch 3 missiles towards Exra.
So that's 5 missiles in total if you cast it as a 3rd level spell.
Okay, yeah, that's what I meant.
So all of them at Exra?
Yes.
All right, go for it.
And
yeah, he's just thrown back by the 5 little explosions. And that's force damage, I believe, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
Wait, so do I roll? Oh, yeah. So I'm going to, so that's 12 and then 2 more. 17 damage.
Okay, not bad. Yeah, he's forced backwards a little bit. His wings spread out behind him. Naughty. The zombie will move in towards Rahael, lumbering towards you, raising his clawed hand, slashing at you from your flank. But yeah, you just ignore him. His claws just scratch over your armor, not doing anything. The second zombie will start getting up and slowly lumbering down up the stairs, but it will take him a while to get back there. Ambriel's turn. Ambriel will also turn around and will bring down his greatsword with one hand upon Rehael, and will strike true. The greatsword dealing 14 points of slashing damage against Rehael as the massive blade hits you in the shoulder, cutting through your armor, opening your flesh up, and being pulled away for another strike. At the same time, the chains are basically moving and slicing deeper into Xerek's flesh as you take another 9 points of slashing damage. Yeah, piercing damage, sorry, but yeah, same thing. That was Ambriel's turn. Bullbeard.
Okay. I'm not sure movement-wise how far I've got.
You're about 15 feet away from the door, from the entrance.
Okay, I'd like to attempt to run into the room, grab the chest, and run back out of the room.
You don't know where the chest is. You haven't seen it yet. You haven't been in the room as they were talking about it. You heard that it's somewhere in there, but you have no idea where it is.
Yep. So I'd like to run in, try and find the chest and pick it up.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. 20.
Oh,
Okay.
Plus 6. 26.
Yeah, you spot the chest instantly, as if your gaze is magically drawn towards it, and you see it standing in a corner. You'd have to dash to get to it, though.
Yeah, I'm happy to use an extra action to get there. So
Yep.
I want to grab the chest as best I can and try and flee the room with it. I don't know how far I can get.
Well, you can't even get. You have to get to the chest, and that will take your whole turn.
Yeah,
That's all you can do. You run up.
So I'll get to the chest and pick it
Yeah,
up.
running, leaping over all the dead bodies that are strewn around the room. And yeah, you run up to the chest. That's as far as you can get.
Okay.
Xerex.
Okay. How damaged is the big construct guy?
Damaged, but not heavy damage. It has taken some cuts and some bruises, but it's still standing, unwavering.
All right, let's see.
Hasn't been bloodied yet as such.
All right. All right. First, he's going to once again strike at it with his sword.
Yeah, one stab.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 22. That's definitely a hit. Again, you find a spot in between what Rehael didn't manage to find with his large blade. You find with your small one, jabbing, using it nearly like a dagger, jabbing the tip of the short sword deep into the muscle of this creature. That's 3 points plus the sneak attack.
Eight.
So 11 points in total, right? It doesn't seem to show much pain, but you definitely cut it decently.
And in the room, is it dimly lit like the rest of the house? Or is it pretty bright?
This room is, yeah, it would be dimly lit. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, what he's going to do as his bonus action is going to surround. Crap. What's the guy's name again?
Which one?
The bad one.
Sorry.
The bad guy.
Which bad guy? The
necromancer.
extra.
Yeah, extra. Yeah, he's going to use the shadows around extra to put him in absolute darkness.
All right. Okay. Yeah, the extra is covered in a layer of blackness now. Where he was standing is just a cloud of complete darkness. And it's Extra's turn, and you can hear him laugh. And he says, "You think that can stop me?" And he actually looks over. Well, no one can see that, but you can hear wings flapping. Extra comes shooting out of the darkness, flies up and flies towards Bullbeard, flying past Trivalis. Actually, no, Travalis hasn't moved, so you can't. No, flying past the melee, but outside of your range, and just comes bearing down upon Bullbeard, and strikes down with this spear blade that he has against Bullbeard twice. Get away from there, halfling! Bullbeard, you manage to leap to the side. The first blade misses you, but the second one is a natural 20 as it takes you straight through the face.
Ouch.
He's wielding it two-handed. So you take 17 points of slashing damage plus 10 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. 27 times.
Yeah, as the blade tears through your face, leaving behind a deep cut, and you can feel the flesh rotting where the blade has touched you.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's now just like flapping its wings, hovering above you in the air, in striking distance, however. That was Extra's turn. Rehail.
Right, so Rehail's eyes are gonna turn just completely black as two skeletal ghostly wings sprout from its back, and I'm using a necrotic shroud.
Okay. That hits everyone around you, right?
10 feet.
Okay, cool.
Charisma saving throw.
Yep, that's the undead's strongest. They don't fail. Surprisingly. And also, Zarax, you have to make a charisma saving throw as well.
Well, being frightened of me is probably... Well, no, if I'm in within sight.
Zarax? Robert, you want to give me a charisma saving throw? That is a fail.
That is an exact saving throw.
Oh, a save. Okay, isn't it 12?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, DC 11. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that is a success. Yeah. Okay, so what happens now?
Well, everyone that fails is now frightened of me. Until the end of your next turn.
Oh.
And I also deal necrotic damage equal to my level on all my hits now.
Okay.
For the next minute.
Okay, I see. What? Are you kidding me? Damn it. Zombies are actually not immune to being frightened, really? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I don't think they're immune to being charmed either. I think it's just poisoned.
No, it's the zombie isn't, but the construct is.
All right.
It's not a basic. It's not a higher undead, basically. Anyway, okay. So for some reason, the zombie is frightened of you.
And I'm gonna expend a point to make a bonus attack slash.
What are you doing? Sorry.
Expending a point to make a slash at the small
control point at Ambriel.
The small one.
Oh, the small zombie. Yeah. Okay. You strike down on it. That's
and plus 3. No, sorry, plus 6.
So 19 points.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. It already looks half destroyed as you cut through its chest, break several ribs with your greatsword, and the flesh around it just starts falling off as the necrotic energy pulses through the zombie. But it's somehow still standing. Trivalis.
All right.
That was your second control point, I believe. Martin?
Yeah.
You used 2 so far?
Keeping it by it.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Trival. It's your turn.
Yeah. I am going to. So, I actually have a quick question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Vampiric touch. Is it with a weapon? No, it's with your hand.
No, it's with your hand. Yeah, it's a melee spell attack.
It would just be like a straight strength check?
No, basically. It's a spell attack. So you use your spell attack modifier.
I'm sorry.
It's just a melee spell attack. There's not many, but there is a few spells that are melee spell attacks. So it's the same thing as like an Eldritch Blast or like a Firebolt or whatever. But it's melee attack.
I'm going to do that. And how far? Okay. How far away is?
You can attack Ambriel, the big construct, or you can attack the zombie. They're both sort of within range. You have to maybe shift over a little to get to the zombie, but you'll be able to attack both of them. If you want to attack Extra, you can. He's within range, or if you move your full 30 feet, but you would provoke an attack of opportunity from Ambriel.
See, that's what I wanted to do, but I would just, I guess, turn after facing Extra and just grab Ambriel's leg and just attempt to draw power from it.
Go for it.
And 22.
That is a hit, yeah. You grab the side of his leg and pour necrotic energy into it.
And 3d6.
Yep, so you're just casting it at 3rd level, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a concentration spell. That's great, yeah.
14 damage.
Okay. And you heal for 7, I believe.
Yep.
As you draw pure necromantic energy out of this construct. It stumbles a little and seems weakened, a little shaky now. And it has been bloodied. Well, not really, because it doesn't have blood, but you know what I mean. Excellent. The zombie will now stumble backwards, pushed away by the necrotic aura, as his own necromantic energy is being subdued. He stumbles backwards, not really afraid as such, but just the sheer force of the necrotic energy pushes him back away from, from Erhail, who can make an attack of opportunity against the creature. If he wants to, he doesn't have to.
Uh-oh. I don't know if he heard you.
Martin?
Oh, shit. I'm totally spacing out.
He's like, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Green flame blade on the small one, then. Is what I'm doing. Nope.
No, but the attack opportunity. Actually, that's a hit.
Oh, okay. Well, he takes 19
Oh,
damage.
no, actually, no, sorry, that's not a hit. This is one of the special zombies. They have slightly higher armor class. No, it's barely a miss.
Well, I'm taking another attack then.
No, it's not your turn. That was an attack of opportunity.
Oh!
Come on, get your head in the game, please.
Oh, fuck me. Sorry, I just got like 4 hours of sleep last night and
Okay.
also.
I see.
Yeah.
We'll nearly done. You'll probably die soon. Don't worry. Ambriel, as the zombie stumbles back, turns, and his eye glazes with this yellow light as he brings down his blade once again against Erhail, and once again slashes into him with a great sword. This time dealing 16 points of slashing damage. You got that, Martin?
It's exactly half HP.
Okay. Yeah, you're starting to look a little rough as well. The chains at the same time will still tear at Xerax and deal 6 points of piercing damage to him. And we have Bullbeard's turn now.
Okay, so I'm standing by the chest, and the
Yes.
main guy, Etre, is right next to me, attacking me.
Yes, Extra is above you. He's flying the air and striking down on you, but he's within your reach, yeah.
He's within reach of a melee attack,
Yes, he is, yeah.
yeah? Okay, I'll to my rapier attack on him then.
Yeah, he slashed through your face with pulsing pain.
Yeah, so +7, so that's a hit, I presume.
Yeah, 24 is a hit, definitely.
Yeah, and he's got a second attack. So that wouldn't be a hit.
That's 10, yeah, that's a miss. This time he parries with his staff.
Okay, so damage for the first one.
Yep.
1d8. 1d8 plus 4. So he's got 7 for the first one.
And this is a normal weapon, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And he's got Colossal Slayer as well,
Yep.
which is another 1d8. So it takes 9 damage.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be particularly impressed by this. The blade licks past his defense, it deals a shallow cut across his leg, but he just grins, not impressed. You seem to have cut into him, but not as deeply as you would have liked.
Okay. And I'd like to move towards the window if possible.
So you're moving away from him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then he will take an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
That will be a 14, which is a miss. You leaped, roll across the ground, across all the dead bodies, jump up and start moving towards the window. So you haven't taken, have you taken, are you trying to take the chest with you? Is that the plan?
No, because that'd be an action to pick it up unless already. I was
no, it
hoping
would
to
be an
pick it up in my
action, but
last turn.
it would be quite heavy, so you'd have to roll to see. And you wouldn't be able
I would
to this
prefer
far.
to take it with me if possible.
Yeah, you can. If you can give me an athletics check to see if you can. The chest proves quite heavy as you try to lift it.
Okay, 14 and 4, so 18.
Yeah, that is good enough. You manage to lift the chest, sort of hold it with one hand, somehow stumble past, but you can only move half speed while you're carrying the chest. So you can only get 15 feet, let's say. Okay.
So as near to the windows as I can get with the speed that I've got.
Yeah, not very far. You need the windows are about 40 feet away from you. So you're now they're 25 feet away from you.
Okay, thank you.
Xerax, your arm is slowly starting to be turned into a bloody mess by these chains that are just wrapping and moving around your arm, cutting you with those little blades attached to them.
Alrighty. Let's see. The end of the chains, are they on the construct's arm?
Yeah, they're wrapped around his arm, and you can see they're actually piercing his flesh. They're coming out of his flesh.
Okay. Okay. Xerax is going to take his short sword and try to or start hacking away at the shoulder of this construct to try and cut the arm off.
It's a pretty massive arm. You'd have to deal a lot of damage to that, but yeah, you can try it.
Alrighty. Let's see.
Natural 20. You stab the short sword deep into the arm through the biceps muscle, even cutting into the bone a little.
You didn't roll. You didn't assign a damage value to
need to roll his sneak attack plus 1d6.
17 extra.
Okay. Yeah, you cut deep into the arm. It's not enough to cut it off, but you cut through one of the main muscles.
And does it seem like any of the chains are starting to let loose by it, or
a little bit, but not quite enough.
Okay.
I mean, you can always try to wiggle out of the chains, but that would be an action.
All right.
Just so you know.
Okay.
Extra turns towards, following Bullbeard with his gaze, and he reaches out with one hand and says, "Navach lach elata," and shoots a green ray of energy towards Bullbeard's back. Give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
What language was he speaking?
He was speaking Infernal.
So 20 altogether, 18 plus 2.
That is a
I
success.
can understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's casting some sort of nasty, sickening spell. That's how much, as much as you got from it, basically. Sorry, what was that? A 20,
Okay.
did you say?
Yeah, 18 plus 2.
That is a success, yeah, easily. Enough. Now, where's that spell? There we go. Okay. You take 7 points of poison damage, but you shrug off the other effects. You feel this weakness spreading through your body, but with a supreme effort of will and muscle, you shrug it off.
As a halfling, I've got advantage against poison. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, okay, that would have actually been with advantage. Yeah, that was a poison. Oh, yeah, it's you don't have the resistance though, right?
No, it's just advantage on saving throws against poison.
Yeah, that would have been a saving throw against poison technically, but you succeeded anyway.
Okay.
You still take the damage. And then he flies around you and lands in front of you, barring your way to the windows. Just the wings spread out to both directions. Leave the chest here, my little friend. That is his turn. Rehael.
So this big guy is still right next to me, right?
Yeah, he's standing.
Can I attempt to chop at the same place?
You can.
Boop. Oh, yes.
Oh my god. What? 2 points of damage? Oh, shit. Wow. G6. Yeah. You raise your greatsword, you bring it down, and you chop the arm off with one mighty swing.
And I'm going for another attack. So.
The second strike, however, it smashes into his ribs, but ricochets off, like bounces off the armor, just like vibrating in your hand.
And then I'm using my bonus action to use the strong survive.
All right. That's 2 more control points gone, which leaves you with 2 control points, I believe. Gives you 6 temporary hit points. All right, Trivalis.
Is Bullbeard free?
Bullbeard is, what do you mean free?
Like, is he out of the chains now that the arm that's been holding
You
him
mean
is
Xerax?
released? Or Xerax?
Yeah,
sorry.
Well, the chains are still wrapped around him, but they're no longer moving, so he can slip it out when his turn.
Okay. Then he would just keep his hand where it is on the is it Emriel, and keep the necrotic damage spell going.
Okay, give me another melee spell attack.
Even if it is just a continuation.
Yeah, but you still need to hit.
Okay.
You can regroup,
Okay.
but you still need to hit.
13. 23.
Wow, okay, that is another hit, yeah.
17 plus 6.
Okay.
Then 3d6. 13.
Okay, you draw from his power, and the construct stumbles. It goes down to one knee. But still, there's the light in his eye flickers, but there's still enough power, just barely, to hold him up.
Okay.
That was your turn, Travalis?
Yep.
Okay, this zombie, how long is he frightened of you?
He's not frightened anymore until the end of my next turn after I use it.
So he will come back in, slashing at Trivalis this time. And will hit with a 21 and deal 9 points of slashing damage to Trivalis as the zombie runs in and cuts over your arm down with his claws, ripping through your robe and into your skin and flesh.
Okay.
And the other zombie is now also comes in running through the front door and will attack Rehail from the back. The one that hit the ground and was spending the last 2 turns climbing up the stairs. Will also hit. You feel a sharp pain as the zombie runs his claw back around across your back, dealing 7 points of slashing damage. Ambriel, with his last strength, he looks up towards Trivalis, reaches up his blade, but then strikes at Rehail instead. Just a backhand strike. Only has one hand now. Still hits, however. Even wielding this blade, that will be still 12 points of slashing damage. As he cuts across your chest. Another deep gash. Into your
9 hit points.
Yeah, you're slowly starting to bleed out despite everything. However, Ambriel is also nearly destroyed. That's all he can do. His other arm is detached, so there's nothing he can do. The other arm just feebly twitches on the ground without doing anything. Bullbeard.
Okay. So I've got this guy right in front of me blocking my way to the window.
Yes.
So I'm going to jump onto the table, and attack Embriel.
You have to drop the chest to get that far.
Okay. So I'll drop the chest, jump onto the table, and attack Embriel.
Okay. Well, it's not really a table. It's more of a mound of dead bodies. There's no tables.
I shall jump onto the squashy mound of dead bodies.
Yep.
If possible, with my attacking with my rapier.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So first attack, 5 + 7.
No, you just skitch. The rapier hits one of the wood bone plates and bends and just vibrates back in your hand.
Hold on.
Second attack.
Sorry, second attack, yeah. Is 18 + 7.
No, that's already +7. But yeah, still 18 is just barely a hit. Roll
Yep.
damage.
Okay.
As the halfling runs through the room.
So that's 8 damage,
Right.
and then he's got his Colossus Slayer as well on top.
Go for it. You need to deal 3 damage.
Yeah.
How do
done.
you want to finish this creature?
So he jumps up, rests the rapier across the zombie's neck, and with a very gentle slice, just circumnavigates his neck, and his head lollops onto the ground.
You leap up. The creature is on one knee, so you can reach its neck. Stab in with your rapier and rip it out and cut through the left side of Ambriel's neck. And his head. Oh, what the?
You're still here.
My
that's-
Firefox crashed.
Okay, we can still hear you.
I can
That's
still hear you.
Can you see me as well?
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
You look puzzled, but we can see you.
Okay, anyway, so Ambriel's neck is now lolling to the side like that one zombie's because half of his neck is missing. And
Now you've gone. No,
You're still there for me.
You're still here. If you can hear us. Oh, he froze. He dead.
Nope, he's gone.
Yeah.
Demon's gonna light everything on fire.
And then suddenly Embryo just goes and attacks X-Rod just with a final swing and slices him
Screw you
straight
for
in
killing
half.
that guy. I was gonna kill him and regen 6 hit points. I'm down to 9.
That big fella with the wings has nearly finished me.
I'm the bigger fellow with the wings.
Yeah.
Something
Shit,
tells me
X-Rod,
he's not
right?
gonna be easy.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Konnichiwa.
Aloha. Oh, here he goes.
Oh, he's back. Oh, all right, everybody, get back to level
Aye.
6. We're not level 12s anymore.
Damn
oh. Okay, so
Welcome back.
To fill you in on what happened, Embryo
Right.
actually decided to betray X-Ray, and he just turned with his last breath and brought his greatsword down across his head.
right. So Ambriel is just standing there. He's still kneeling, but his head is dangling down, and he stopped moving. The great blade that he was holding in his hand just clatters down onto the ground.
He's a body without a head.
Well, the head's still on, but it's only attached to with like a few muscles. You cut through most of it. It's just it's like dangling down. He's nearly headless, but he has stopped
Nearly
moving.
had the snake.
That was Bullbeard's turn. Zarex, your turn.
Alrighty. Alrighty. I guess he's going to use his turn to wiggle out of those damn chains.
Yeah, you can do that for as part of your movement. It's
Okay.
easily enough. Now that there's nothing holding the chains anymore, no magic filling them, you can easily just rip your hand out, or wiggle your hand out, your arm out, I should say.
Alrighty, yep. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Drop his long sword or short sword and pick up his bow again and go to shoot Mr.
Extra.
What's his face? Yeah,
Go for
Extra.
it.
There it is.
18 hits, yeah, 4 damage. And this is a magical weapon.
Yep.
Okay. The arrow flies through and strikes him in the arm as he reaches out one arm to defend himself. The arrow stuck in his arm. He looks down and just shakes it loose. The arrow clatters to the ground. Blood pours out. A little bit of blood. My superiors will not be happy when they hear about Unreal's destruction. Have you had any idea how much work goes into such a thing? It is now his turn. He will reach out his hand, and there's a pulsing ball of blackness that appears in his hand. And it just goes... and he flings it towards you. And it explodes in this black flame.
I cast Counterspell.
Excellent choice. This is a 3rd level spell. You're casting Counterspell at 3rd level.
His is 3rd level.
Yeah, it's a 3rd level spell, so it's instantly dispelled. The flame, the black ball of energy flies through the air. You can sense the necrotic pulse, the destructive energy within it. You reach out with your mind and throw again your Counterspell against it, and it just disappears right before it hits you and the group. What?
And I bring out my staff and just kiss the top of it and go, and you said this was a poor type of magic.
He retreats backwards a few steps. That was his turn. Rehael.
Right, so is there a small zombie standing in his way now?
Yeah, there's still small zombie standing. And actually, another small zombie behind you.
Right, I'm gonna... How far away are they from each other?
5 feet. One is behind you, one is on your right side. Well, actually, sorry, no. One is on Trivalis' right side. So the one of them is about 10 feet away from you, and the other one's right behind you.
Okay, so I'm gonna slash at one with Green Flame Blade. The one that's right next to me.
What's the range on the green flame blade?
5 feet.
Okay, so you won't be able to hit the other one.
Okay, never mind. Then it's just
10
normal
feet
attack.
from each other. Or 15 feet, in fact.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you hit anyway.
Yeah.
19 points, wow, and that is... Okay. But he stays. You actually cut off half of his head, just like turn around and cut through, but the body's still standing. And it's...
I'm gonna very angrily slash at him again, then. Yes.
And that's... Oh, wow. That's 30 points of damage. You turn around and just like... Using your muscles and your necrotic energy and everything, just cut him straight through in the middle. And he just falls apart. Like a peeled banana. And stops moving.
And then I'm gonna move up to the flying guy.
You can't get there. He's about 40 feet away from you.
Okay, then I'm just gonna move up to the small zombie.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm gonna use my last 2 points to gain some HP.
The strong survive, eh?
Yep.
Okay.
And also wisdom saving throw.
Yes, a concentration check.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, God damn it. You hear this voice within you. Let me out! Let me out! You feel the power burning, but you force it down again. And you can just hear this. You cannot control me forever. But for now, you can control it. Okay.
Okay, this is gonna be bad of me of saying, but lose control. I want you to roll on the big table.
You can still use control points, even though you're at 0.
Yeah, I can use control points. Just every point I go below, it starts getting harder.
Ah, well.
Exactly.
So what? What's the worst that can happen?
Eh,
Trivalis, your turn.
All right, and I still have the one that's next to me is still standing, right?
Yeah, but it's very, very, very severely injured, that zombie.
I would kind of just take, I'd pop my rapier out. I'd hold my staff out and I just hit a button and it just shoots into my other hand, and I just take it and shove it straight into its eye.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, you still have your vampiric touch, by the way, as well.
I'm holding on to
Okay.
that.
Oh,
Well, no, does that waste another spell slot every time I use it, or no?
No, it's just one.
Oh, never mind.
Concentration spell. However, you have to give me a concentration check to see if it's still up after the zombie hit your last turn.
That's right. I forgot about that.
That's okay.
What was
The Constitution save.
I lost it.
Okay,
Crit.
so the vampiric touch is gone. So you can now, and I don't think you have any more third level spell slots. Not
One.
sure. I think you used magic missile as a third level, counter spell, and the vampiric touch.
I used magic missile as a second level. Oh no, I did use it as a third level.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry.
So that's 3.
Then I am going to just pop the rapier out and just shove it
Okay.
straight into it.
Into the zombie, yep.
Yep. And 16.
Yeah, hits. Straight into the face. Roll.
-1 strength still works.
Yep. Well, it's a dexterity-based attack with a rapier.
Oh,
You have
never mind.
finesse ability.
I
But the
apologize.
zombie falls. Shove it straight into his brain.
7 damage.
Yep. You just like stick the rapier straight in through its forehead, comes out the back, you rip it back out, and the zombie falls onto the ground, defeated and destroyed.
Awesome.
Extra.
And then I'm going to start moving towards Exra as well.
Okay, Bullbeard.
Okay, I'm going to continue moving away from Extra back towards the door.
Okay.
And then I'm going to turn and do a ranged attack at Extra with my short bow.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
You shoot in between
So-
Travalis and Rahel.
that's it. 18 plus 9
Yeah, hits, yeah.
is a hit. Also going to use Hail of Thorns, which is a first level spell.
All right.
You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Which he fails.
Okay, so it's 1d10 damage for the Hail of Thorns.
Okay.
Okay, so it's 5 damage for the thorns.
Okay.
And then what's it? 1d8 plus 4,
That's 12.
8 plus 4 as well. Yeah, so that's the damage for the first attack.
Yeah.
Then he's going to make his second attack with his short bow.
And the first arrow. Is that a bonus action, or how does Hail of Thorns work?
Hail of Thorns is a bonus action. Yeah.
All right, excellent. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the second attack.
Misses.
4 and 7, so it doesn't hit.
Yeah,
Hold on.
no, that doesn't hit. You shoot the first one, and it hits him in the stomach, and then just explodes in this massive array of thorns that just like piercing through his flesh. He just grunts, stumbles back a step. Several of his wings have also been pierced by several thorns, and he just shakes them once, and the thorns clatter down onto the ground. And then he ducks under his second arrow that hits the wall behind him.
Can I still use the Colossus Slayer for the first attack that hit? Or
Yeah, you can actually. Yeah.
yeah,
I think-
okay.
Is there anything against that? Oh, it's,
It's an additional 1.
Yep.
Every little helps.
Okay. That was Bullbeard's turn. Xerix.
Alrighty. Question: how big are these chains? Are they big enough for me to pick one up and swing it at
Yeah,
Other
you
guy?
could. You could. I mean, you're not. It would be like an improvised weapon for you, so they wouldn't be particularly good as a weapon.
Uh,
I'm afraid.
forget it. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to shoot at him with the arrow,
Yep.
with the bow.
Oh wow. There's the natural 20. While he is ducking under Bullbeard's arrow and comes back up, he takes an arrow into the face. Luckily for him, that is not a sneak attack. But still, roll a 1d6.
Two.
So that's 6 points in total. The arrow is now stuck in his cheek. Blood pours in through his mouth and out of his mouth, down his out of his lips and down his chin. It is now Extra's turn. He looks up, leaps up into the air, beating his wings, and unleashes a torrent of flame out of his hand towards you, hitting Rehail, Trivalis, and Xerax. Bullbeard is too far away. So all three of you, give me dexterity saving throws, please.
I'm gonna have advantage on this from Devil's Own Luck.
All right, sure. Might as well.
Yes.
17. Yes, yeah.
Oh. 5.
That is a fail.
17 is success, right?
Yes, 17 is a success.
Okay, good.
And Xerax as well, please. Robert, dexterity saving throw. Hello. Okay, he's gone. Oh well. So, Trivalis, you take 9 points of fire damage.
Oh, thank
Oh, sorry, 10 points, sorry.
Oh, why do you gotta be mean to me?
Yeah, for 5 plus 4 plus 1 is 10.
And he dropped.
Yep, and you take, so Rehail, you take 5 points, 5 points of fire damage.
Yeah.
Do you have, you don't have resistance to fire, do you?
No.
Okay, then
since we got rid of Hellward.
Yes, so straight up 5 points.
Yep.
As you're singed a little. Okay, I think Robert might have messaged me on Facebook. I've heard a message coming through. Let's see what happened. Oh, computer froze.
Oh.
Oh, at least I'm not the only one having Harvey issues today. I'll roll, actually, yeah, I'll just roll a dexterity saving throw for him. That is a fail. He still takes half damage because he's a rogue. And I'm guessing he's still standing from this. And then Extra will turn, fly towards the window, and bash it open with a kick. Just break the glass. And that is his turn. Rehail, your turn.
How far is he from me?
You moved in towards, so he would be just on the edge of 30 feet.
Right, so I'm gonna run up to him and just grab him by the leg and throw him back into the room.
Okay, give me a grapple check.
That's advantage also because I'm giant.
Yes.
Yes.
You're hulking forward. 11. Ooh, that could be a success. Yep, he has a 13. So you try to grab him, but he kicks your arm. But you can try again if you want to. You have a second attack.
I'm gonna try again.
Yep.
Haha!
19 is a bit better. Yeah, this time. So you try to grab him once. He kicks off your arm, but then you grab him by the leg and holding him there now. His legs wings are beating. He's trying to get out of the window, but you're holding him for now. Anything else?
Well, if I can move him, I'm gonna move him inside the room.
Yeah, you can pull him. Well, you can move. No, you don't have any movement left.
Yeah.
You need the full 30 feet to get to him. You can, of course, use like an action, like a control point to do another strike.
Yeah, I could do that, but I'm not gonna.
What a coward.
Yes, thank you for that.
Trivalis, your turn.
How beat up does he look?
Bloodied, definitely, but still okay. Like there's multiple wounds and like arrow cuts and arrow wounds on him, but he's still holding up quite well.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome, Robert. You take 6 points of fire damage. Sorry, 5 points of fire damage.
Welcome back. You got hurt.
Yeah.
Yay.
You're still up with those 5 points?
Uh-oh. He's still not here.
What?
Are you still up with those 5 hit points? Gone?
Yes.
Okay, so you're still...
Yep.
Okay, good. Anyway, an extra tried to fly out the window, bashed the window open, but Rehail jumped up and grabbed his leg and is holding him now. Charles, your turn.
I am going to, I walk towards him. I'm not running. I just kind of walk within range of him. I pull out a beautiful diamond and I just kiss it. And then I hold it up to the glass. It seems like a glass vial at top. And I just hold it there, and you see some of the blood pour from the glass holder on my staff over into this diamond, and I just chuck it at Exra, and I'm casting Chromatic Orb.
You don't chuck the diamond. Although that's not how I see it anyway. But yeah, sure, whatever.
I just kind of wanted to make it seem that way.
Sure.
And then it's gonna be.
What kind of damage are you using?
I'm sorry, I forget the types.
So you can. I think you can do acid, cold, fire, lightning.
Actually, I would do necrotic just because
I don't think you can do necrotic, but let me check. Chromatic orb.
Oh no, never mind. They're right there. I'm sorry. It would be.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. Do necrotic. Sure, why not?
Okay.
You're a blood mage.
Then,
what the hell?
And then I roll a ranged spell attack.
Yes.
Nat 20.
I think. Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to say you might have advantage because he's grappled, but you hit him.
All right. And then
that's like 2d10 or something, is it? Or
3d8.
Oh, 3d8. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Yeah, okay, so that's 68 now.
Okay. 18. 18 plus 5 is 24, 29.
Wow, okay. The necrotic energy pulses through the chromatic sphere, hitting him in the chest, and you can see his flesh starting to rot. His wings are sort of flapping in the air. He falls down onto the ground, remains standing, his wings starting to rot away, however, large holes appearing in the membranes. He's still alive, but not looking good.
And I would look at him and go, so how about that magic?
Bullbeard.
Okay, I'm going to stay where I am and continue with my volley of short bow arrows.
Okay. Shooting it.
That's the first one. 17 plus 9.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Okay. So 1d6 damage. Okay, 5 plus 4, so 9 is the damage.
Okay.
Then we do the second one. Second one, 18 plus 9.
He brings up one hand, and a black shield of energy forms in front of him, but your arrow just shatters straight through it. Like breaks straight through it, shattering the shield.
And then another 8 damage.
That is enough to kill him. How do you want to finish him?
Okay, so I'd like to, as I knot the arrow, I'm going to give it a little kiss. I'm going to shout, "Here's for the mermaid," as I let loose the arrow that lands in his eye socket.
He shatters through his magical shield, and he grabs it and pulls at it, but there's no more strength in him, and he just falls back against the wall and is now hanging out the window, basically. His head and his shoulders and the remains of his rotten wings are hanging out the window, the broken window behind him. And Rehail still holding his leg, now his unmoving leg.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop him outside the window.
Okay, he just falls down. You hear a thump as he hits the ground on the other side.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go small and my wings are gonna go away.
Okay.
I'm
Right,
going to
well-
drink one of my health potions.
Sure, go for it.
How close is
Sure.
dusk?
About half an hour.
Right, let's get the fuck out of here.
So I think we need to pick up the chest and start making our way out of the mansion if possible.
Yeah. I'm gonna drink one of my bigger health potions.
Okay.
Yeah, as am I.
Okay.
And yeah, okay.
As you make your way out of the mansion, you see a bunch of zombies standing around unmoving. And then while you're watching, one of them just topples and falls. And then another one in the distance who's just like been walking across the road, pulling a small cart with a couple dead bodies, and it also stops and then just falls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Xerix takes his oil lamp, fills it up with some full with oil, lights it, and chunks it inside the house so it can start burning down. And he's like, no one needs to know any of that information.
One of the rich rugs in the foyer catches fire and starts burning and starts smoking heavily. However, the house is mainly made of stone, so a simple thing like that will probably damage it a little, but it won't burn it down fully. Need way more fire for that, I'm afraid.
Should probably have thrown that on the guy's body. Anyways,
Okay, I'll say we make our way back towards the entrance to the town. Maybe keeping half an eye out for any kind of zombies or anything that are still wandering around.
Which gate are you going for? There's technically three gates. You came in.
I would say the one we came from, but I don't know where you
came in through the eastern gate.
let's go for that one.
Okay. You make your way through the town, and you see every now and then there is a couple wandering zombies, but they're not taking any notice of you. And while you're watching, several of them just fall over face first onto the ground.
And while we are walking, I would I'd pull out this small pearl in my hands and just kind of take a sniff it in, and I'm gonna regain one of my spell slots.
Excellent. The only creature that you see that is not toppling is one of those hooded zombies with the claws. He's still pulling a cart and doesn't seem to take much notice of you. Moving past you, in fact, just on a parallel little side road and towards the center of town.
I'd like to look at the tattoo on my chest and see if it's changed at all.
Nope.
It probably won't change until we've delivered the item.
Can this vassal guy hear us at all? We've got your chest.
As you're moving towards the side of town, you see a flickering light coming from one of the side alleys, like a purplish light. Flickers 2 or 3 times.
Well, boys, I think that's where we go.
You look into the side alley, and you can see the alley leads to what looks to be like a small plaza in between 3 shabby-looking houses. In the center of this plaza, that's where the light is coming from. There's slowly a circle being drawn in purple light and magical symbols. Flare to light.
Does it
We
look like
best
the
get in
portal
before it
we,
closes.
It looks
First
very
off.
similar, yes, to the teleportation circle you stepped on a couple hours ago.
We best
Guess
get in
we head into
before
that
it
then.
finishes this.
Okay. You step in. Which one of you is carrying the chest?
I think I've got it. Bullbeard.
Yeah.
Okay, you're carrying it, and you step into the circle, and then you all step on, and then there's this flash of purple light. Again, this brief moment of vertigo, colors exploding in front of your eyes, and then you're back in this stone room that you have left with the 4 braziers, the circular room, and you see one of those massive iron golems standing above you, looking at you. It reaches out, it grabs the chest, lifts it with one arm out of Bullbeard's hands, and just walks off with it. down a corridor.
I dropped the vial that I had been offering X-Raw.
Yep.
I drop it into my hand and pop the cork off, and I just hold it and I wait to see what
Okay.
happens next.
A second iron golem approaches from one of the side corridors. Looks at you, and then with a flicker of purple light, Velros the Arcane appears next to it. Now, you have given me what I asked for. But you, Trivalis Hammerlands, you sought to cross me.
And I put the blood to my lips, and I go, "Do you really want to play this game?"
You think you can threaten me with a little bit of blood? You might. But
Sorry.
you have not enough skill to use it against me.
And I immediately drink the blood.
All right, and as you do,
And I look.
he reaches out a hand and unleashes a green ray of energy towards you from his fingers. Give me a I think it's a dexterity saving throw. Let me check real quick.
And what I was trying to do is, I couldn't find. I wanted to
dexterity saving throw.
I wish there was a way. I was trying to figure out a way to link his and my health,
You
but I couldn't figure out.
maybe could have, but let me see. Dexterity saving throw.
12. It's gonna be 14.
That is a fail. You take, as the green ray hits your chest, you take 76 points of force damage.
Oh, you lagged out. What'd you say?
76.
You take 76 points of force damage.
I drop down and I just look up and smile and go, "How does it feel?"
You don't do anything. You feel this ray hitting you, and then the rest of you see Trivalis just falling to dust.
didn't
All
like
his
him anyways.
clothing and everything that he was wearing.
Please tell me I got the link in time.
Nope.
And being the rogue that he is, Zarek starts pilfering through his former comrades' belongings.
There's nothing. There's just dust. Everything turned to dust. There's a pile of dust on the floor in the vague humanoid shape. Now, is there anyone else that wishes to cross me? You can see the rage building in Velros' eyes.
Zarek falls down to one knee and lowers his head.
Bullbeard says, "We got your chest. You owe me a pint. Other than that, we're quits."
All right. Bullbeard, I release you from my services.
Thank you.
You will receive your belonging back from the Guardians. Rest assured she is unspoiled. Why you would wish to attach yourself to such a creature, however, well, that is of no concern of mine.
She has nice eyes.
You may leave. He gestures, and Bullbeard's form disappears. Rehael and Xarex, I am not finished with you. You have done a first step on the path, but there are more steps to take. I will call upon you again when needed. For now, I grant you a few days of freedom. Eat, drink. If you require anything, my servants will provide for it. Then it is back to the darkness for both of you. And then he turns and disappears. And a doorway opens up to your left, and you can see a little bit of light coming out, and you hear music in the distance, and you smell the smell of delicious food coming out of that doorway as a staircase leads up into light. And that's where we'll end this adventure. One has been released, another one has, well, also been released. His mortal form disintegrated on the spot. Well, that's how it goes. And two will maybe join another terror team in the future. We will see.
Oh.
Thanks for watching, everyone. That was a nice little squabble. And we will see you all in the new year. For me, this might be the last video for the year. Maybe I'm posting another one, another GM musings video or such. We will see. However, if we do not see each other again, good luck with your own games, and we will see you around. Have a good start into 2017, and we will see you on the other side. Thank you for watching, and bye-bye.